Double the cards, double the fun. It's Pot-Limit Omaha time and the nosebleed variety. Hello everyone and welcome to continuing coverage of the 2025 World Series of Poker from here at Horseshoe Las Vegas. As you get a glimpse at all that is in progress right now before we focus up on a final table in this 50K PLO. You got Event 59, the 1K Battle of the Ages. Event 58, the 3K 9-game mix where none other than Nick Schulman, who already has a bracelet this summer, is still in the hunt, moonlighting in the booth when available. And there's a look at a much more robust field that comprises the remains of event number 53, the $1,500 moneymaker, where moments ago they made the money, hence the fist pumps and the jubilation. That is an absolutely massive field in that one. And the field was a lot bigger than it is right now in this 50K. Ali Nejad alongside Alex Livingston. Natalie Bodie working the sidelines as we have 8 hopefuls in place. And my goodness, they are of the talented variety, as evidenced by Stephen Chidwick's presence at number 2 on Poker's all-time money list, 66 million plus. How about the World Series' all-time Omaha leader, Kwan Lau, who won a 25K PLO event here at the series not long ago. One-time bracelet winner Richard Gryko, a PLO specialist, a decade removed from his last jewelry, sits atop the leaderboard. As we get our first glimpse at it, brought to you by PokerStars, 17.2 million. Plenty of runway between he and Stephen Chidwick, the only other 8-figure stack. Now the payouts, brought to you by Octopi Poker. Crivello out in 9th, bringing us to the final 8, guaranteed $228,000, a pay ladder of almost 70K between 8th and 7th. Plenty to sink your teeth into. And with all of that said, Alex, good evening.
Thank you.
Good evening, Ali. Good to be here.
Good to have you aboard. I want you to take a look right now at these stacks at the top of your screen. I want you to, with all the knowledge you have of these players, the presence of the blinds at 125 and 250, walk me through what we can expect out of this crew in the early going.
Well, it's an interesting mix of players, Ali. You've got a few guys who I would say are really just PLO specialists, both in cash games and the tournament variety. And then you have players like Dylan Linde and Stephen Chidwick, who are just all-around great tournament players, have a lot of experience in No Limit, etc. So I look to see Chidwick with the second biggest stack here be very aware of all those tournament considerations and just how much pressure he can put on a lot of these short stacks. And you do see a lot of stacks all around that sort of 15, 20 big blind area. So it should be interesting to see how cautiously they play, given some of the ICM implications on the board.
And those ICM implications are what you and I were sinking our teeth into prior to the onset of coverage, as the short stacks will sort of govern the action here early, given the ladders, given the massive payout up top, 2.1 million plus. And so, you know, treading lightly on what can be thin ice will be those that do elect to VPIP.
Yeah, I think a common strategy you'll see is that the players will play quite tight, but when they do elect to raise, they'll come in for that pot-sized raise. They don't want to give their opponents good prices to peel and see a flop. So if you're playing with a fairly tight range to begin with, it makes sense that you can use a larger open size when you do open. Having said that, we do see Ding Biao come in here with a 2.5x raise.
Smartwatch.
What we don't see, however, is his holding as it's folded around to his countryman, Zhou Chuen of China.
It's 125.
Chuen, high stakes, no limit, and PLO tournament player with solid success, over 9 million in recorded tournament
And
earnings.
look at this, Ali. Zhou Chuen coming in with a pot-sized re-raise with the Jack-8 7-4 singles suited.
This is a disrespectful finger wag and off of a covered stack, no less.
Yeah, this is very interesting. Perhaps he's picked up some sort of a read on Ding Biao. Ding Biao is known to be one of the more aggressive players, and perhaps he just thinks that he's going to get a lot of respect here, making a pot-sized re-raise and get more folds than he typically would, but that's certainly not a combo most players would choose to use. No ace blocker, singles suited. But, you know, Zhou Chuen, he does play a bit of an interesting strategy. I've played with him a little bit myself. He's had very good results in PLO in sort of an unconventional manner. He definitely trusts his instincts.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the man. 40 years of age, originally from Harbin, China. Lives in Macau, where obviously plenty of poker can be played. A professional poker player by trade, as you get a glimpse at the chip denominations, brought to you by True Classic.
Come a little bit here.
Zhou is
okay.
seeking his first World Series of Poker bracelet. Career earnings here at the series of 2.1 million. He could match that and then some if he were to take it down here today. But plenty of work to do between now and then as we rack it back up.
I couldn't quite tell if Kwan Lau was getting a little disgruntled about something there. Perhaps something involving Ding Biao. Something to keep an eye on, perhaps, Ali.
Perhaps the overstated nature of Ding's hoodie versus Lau's. He's finding offensive, or probably not that?
Unsure.
That was generous. You're very sure that it isn't that.
And we will see how much Richard Gryko looks to exert his chip lead. I do think we're going to see him coming in with some raises that he wouldn't make with another stack. A lot of the time with that ace blocker, he did pass on the ace-9, 5-4 try suited to the 9, a very weak holding there.
First involvement now from Manuel Stojanovic, coming in the form of a limp here. And if the name Gerritse isn't familiar and the avatar isn't familiar, perhaps if I refer to this man from the Netherlands as Benny Vidi, you'll know who I'm talking about. An absolute monster of the online Pot-Limit Omaha streets.
Famously engaged in a challenge with Phil Galfond, and if I remember correctly, came extremely close to winning that challenge before Phil made quite an epic comeback. And off of 11 big blinds here, Ali, I really do just expect to see a pot-sized open over this limp of Stojanovic.
He is the shortest stack, and in some ways he is relieved of pressure.
How much?
Given that reality.
1.125.
The limp, by the way, is something you're going to see a lot more of in PLO tournaments than you will in no-limit tournaments. Equities run close, and players want to realize those equities. A lot of hands that might have to raise fold are able to limp call, so you will see players employing this strategy.
Are you calling money?
I'm calling.
Call.
哎，你们底下能
1125.
看到我们底牌吗？
Stojanovic, by the way, unclear what he's got. What is clear is that he is willing to limp and call the pot size raise from Dirk. So all of a sudden, just shy of 3 million in the middle as we prepare to look up at a flop. Little accounting going to get done first. Very pretty hand here for Gerritse. Spade in the window is lovely, and when accompanied by another, it produces a nut flush draw, along with a gut shot.
Only.
And yet it is Stojanovic who is speaking first, jamming into Dirk.
Go.
He will snap. Didn't pot it pre to get this much equity and then walk away. Everybody on their feet looking up eagerly at what is produced. Drum roll on Stoyanovic's kit, by the way, as the RFID did not scan it. Ace 10, 8-7. He flopped the
这
nuts.
好是死背子。
And I think a very reasonable limp choice here, Ali. A hand that really wants to see a flop but doesn't necessarily want to raise and face a 3-bet.
In particular, those suited aces are very appealing in PLO. Want to play hands that produce the nuts, cards that interact well with one another.
Gerritse would rather have only... Sorry, I thought he had 3 spades in his hand. I was going to say he'd rather have 2. He does have 2. Get 46% here.
Yeah, he needs a third on the board, though, and instead on the turn, it's a jack. Note that Stojanovic has picked up the nut flush draw. It doesn't need it. Gerritse still with 30% equity as he tries to keep his seat here. It's going to take a spade. King or an 8 would have worked as well. Instead, it's the deuce of diamonds, and I got to tell you, Alex, that is a whole lot of roadblock being cleared from the path to victory here at this FT.
Certainly one of the tougher, more experienced PLO players, both in cash games and very recently playing the Triton circuit, playing a lot of high-stakes PLO events. So the players will be happy to see such a tough opponent eliminated early.
So Gerritse, a short-lived stint here at this final table in the 50K, $228,000 going his way as Linde inherits short stack duties. He and the rest of the table also inheriting a tidy little pay jump. Let's call it $66,000 as 294K is now assured to the field, 386,000 and change. The ladder up, which which is knocking on the door of a $100,000 ladder.
We need the drama.
The rungs beginning to space out considerably. Sort of like the sparsely populated rail. There's plenty of space, it would appear there.
And I noticed also in the 25K PLO LE, the rail was rather quiet. So haven't seen some of the rails we've seen in previous years this year. Maybe we need to get a Brazilian at the final table or something like that to really get one of those big rails.
Surely when the Brazilians are present, we know things will get raucous.
Yeah, I think they're the #1 for, you know, supporting their country at the WSOP historically.
Listen, the Dutchies know how to get it done too, although, you know, maybe they're all making deep runs in other events right now, so they're a little bit occupied.
Right, as we look at Stojanovic, another limp candidate in my opinion.
He agrees.
Kind of the quintessential type of hand that doesn't want to raise and face a 3-bet from an aces or kings type hand, but can limp and happily call. Plays well multi-way.
Double suited hand into the bin for Zhou Chuen. Very reasonable small blind defense here from Chidwick. And Gryko will close the action from the big. 1 million in the middle.
Very prominent time bank plaques there, by the way, Ali. Those gold rectangular plaques.
You're not going to need to speculate as to how many someone has remaining. They do dwarf the actual chips.
They kind of remind me of actual plaques that, you know, have been used in tournaments in the past to represent higher denomination chips.
Casino Royale even.
Correct.
By the way, on the topic of dwarfing things, how about this 10-7 for Chidwick? Trips very much commandeering the equity on this flop.
We do see a small
Gryko
step.
led, yeah, with the 5s.
And I think just an example of trying to exert his chip influence. You know, a hand like the naked queens that Stojanovic does have is already put to a little bit of a difficult decision with no backdoor flush draw. He does decide that his hand is just too good to call. And interesting to see how Chidwick plays this. He's got a mediocre kicker with his 7, so he may just elect to take the conservative route and call. You don't really want to be putting all the money in on a flop like this, and he is up against 2 opponents who have fairly big stacks.
And it isn't just the big stack that Gryko is leveraging, but that range that could contain plenty of 7s in the big blind as a check back pre. Chidwick with a bet and a call in front of him. He does close the action with a flat. Board dry enough, he deems, to see what's what on the turn. Nobody picks up the spade draw. However, Gryko does improve to kings and 7s.
Once called in 2 spots, certainly sending alarm bells in Gryko's head, probably up against trip 7s at a minimum. He does have a king in his hand. He's got the, you know, the 2 outs to make a full house with the 5s, but he does slow down.
Yeah, as you mentioned, those alarm bells influencing the lift off the accelerator from Gryko. Stojanovic happy to check back, doesn't find the needed queen. As a 9 rolls off. Very dry board texture now.
Yeah, a little unclear to me, though, if Chidwick really even wants to pursue value here with such a mediocre kicker once the flop went bet, call, call. It really looks a lot like he does have a lot of 7x, and he doesn't have a ton of natural bluffs. Maybe some 6-5-4 type stuff he can represent as a bluff. If he does big, I bet I don't expect to see a very big bet.
Chidwick is such a sound tactician.
Gryko with just a smidgen of showdown value right now. I don't expect him to turn this hand into a bluff. It should just check through.
Indeed, that's precisely how things take shape as Chidwick comfortably rolls over the 7 and will take down a healthy pot. Our very own Natalie Bodie had the chance to catch up with Stephen Chidwick before the starter play. Let's listen in on what he had to say.
Stephen, when people hear your name, they often associate it with one of the greatest poker players in the world, specifically in No Limit Hold'em. But what is it about the game of PLO that's special to you?
I really enjoy playing PLO. It's a lot more complicated. There's lots to think about. I think it's also a bit more dynamic, with especially with the big blind ante, where you can't raise that big, so people get good odds, and you play more multi-way pots, stuff like that. So yeah, I think it's really engaging, and I enjoy it.
With your achievements in poker, where do you stack up what another World Series of Poker bracelet would mean to you?
I don't really think too much about numbers of bracelets or anything like that. Just trying to play my best and let the cards fall as they will.
What is it that still motivates you then at this stage and with this level of success? Is it the competition? Is it something else?
Yeah, I mean, I get to play poker with my friends and I have a good time and challenge myself and keep getting better. And yeah, I still just really enjoy it.
All right, best of luck today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Natalie, and thanks to Stephen as well for shedding a little bit of light on his mindset, which is so up to the task, by the way. Not necessarily something unique to him, as there's plenty of professional dispositions gathered around the rail at this FT.
I think one thing that's always stood out to me about Stevie is just his composure, both on and off the table, Ali. He is, laser focused almost at all times, really in control of his emotions, and, that's what it takes to succeed at the highest levels.
By the way, success came late last year in a 50K Pot-Limit Omaha Championship down in the Bahamas. 1.3 million for his second ever World Series of Poker bracelet. 2019, a 25K PLO was where he got his first, and I'm a bit surprised just given how much respect Stevie commands when it comes to two-card streets, as Gryko commands pot from Zhou Chuan's 875K Open. His card's unscanned, but we do see that which has motivated the chip leader to do a little bit of leaning here. And these are the risks we run when we put our neck out.
2.970.
Yeah, this is really just a function of the chip stacks. Not a hand Gryko would 3-bet if all the stacks were the same.
2.75.
Yeah, there we go. I don't know.
Let's see how
But
durable
no, it can be, yeah.
Zhou Chuan's holding ultimately is in the face of all this additional torque. He is chewing on it.
I think it was 2.925. This is 875.
Yeah. Ultimately does let it go, however.
Did I owe one?
Are you surprised at Zhou Chuan's willingness in general, independent of his actual hand, to raise into the chip leader like that?
A little bit, Ali. We didn't see what he had. I suspect he really would want to have an ace in his hand most of the time to make that play. You are going to have some raise folds, particularly in this ICM environment.
Well, what you're also going to have...
The King, Queen, 10, 3 single suited feels a little light to me.
You're going to have your hands full when you got
three
the
stacks
UK's
on-
Richard Gryko on your left, sitting on that big stack.
stacks.
86 recorded tournament cashes, 4 million in career tournament earnings, an elite pro at Run It Once, as we glimpse at his Play Poker Go bio. Originally from London. Dropped out of law school, it seems.
Yeah, Richard makes videos for Run It Once, and he also does some private coaching in addition to being a great player, both in cash games and in tournaments. He's somebody who focused on PLO tournaments a little bit before they became trendy, I would say. He was making content on tournament poker PLO before it really started booming as it has in the last 6 or 7 years.
You know, what's most impressive about all of that for me is that Richard advises he's entirely self-taught, developing most of his skills without the guidance of mentors for most of his career. I'm sure kind of here in the latter phases of it, there's been a little bit more solicitation of the knowledge base.
Certainly, I know he does use some of the tools that are available, but yeah, it sounds like he started on his own. Very smart smart guy, and he's had a lot of success in PLO. And we do see him, again, wielding the power of the big stack opening this King 10-5-4, but look at this.
Well, Kwan Lau has the medicine. Aces, they're not great ones.
No, but certainly just a fist pump pot size 3-bet here, particularly given how wide Gryko's open. But even just in all situations, if you get aces at this SPR, you're just going to be potting all combos of aces.
So Lau takes us to the
2
third story
I
here.
think it can be as much as 2.8.
650.
2.2.
Right?
Paused upon Ding Biao.
Really quite difficult for Ding Biao to wake up with anything playable facing this action.
Yeah, he in particular is among those on the stack depth that really are well served to kind of spectate and await fates to come into focus for Linde and Zhou Chuen in particular. Both sat with 13 bigs to his 21. As it gets back over to Gryko.
Yeah, I think Ding Biao, Kwan Lau, and Stojanovic all have to be fairly careful.
10 seconds.
Now that is a nice little pickup, uncontested for Kwan Lau. As we mentioned, that is the World Series most winning Omaha combatant of all time. Now, if you want to do some winning of your own, turn to Octopi Poker, home to the best all-in-one study platform for players of all levels, and they're giving you the chance to play in the opening event of the 2025 Poker Masters. This could be your ticket to compete alongside some of the game's biggest stars in poker's most phenomenal arena. Enter for free now at PokerGo.com/winmasters for your chance to win. Did you ever watch Little Mermaid, Alex?
It's possible that I watched it at some point 30 years ago, but I have no recollection.
Yeah, you're not just answering like somebody guilty of financial crime in a deposition for the purposes of fearing judgment, are you?
You know, my family wasn't big on movies and TV in general growing up, so
Really?
I did miss out on some of the cultural references, especially in my early years.
Was there a lot of like family puppet shows?
No. A lot of hanging out outside, playing basketball and soccer on the street, that kind of thing.
Wholesome things.
Wholesome things.
This is why you're such a solid human being, Alex. You didn't allow technology to poison your noodle.
Well, it's certainly been not necessarily the case as much over the last decade or so. It's a little hard to escape technology now.
TikTok doom scrolling?
No, and you know, I've been pretty good lately about sort of deleting all those apps on my phone during WSOP, but Instagram at times.
There's a little bit of bait out there. You got to be
Twitter.
careful in those Instagram streets. Yeah,
Also
Twitter for
true.
poker is useful. That's for sure. Let's see whether or not Ding Biao thinks his holding is useful. By the way, the reasoning behind the non sequitur in reference to the Little Mermaid as we were looking at Stephen Chidwick in that Octopi Poker hoodie, not pictured now, but that logo reminded me distinctly of Ursula, who was the villain.
Yeah,
in the Little Mermaid.
definitely you've lost me already. But
Somebody out
perhaps
there
your
back me
audience
up.
can relate.
You know, maybe. Queen 4-3. As relations are somewhat lacking here for Ding Biao. Blind versus blind altercation. You see Stojanovic with top pair. One pair, not the kind of hand that we get all too proud of in PLO.
No, I will say that a subtle point, but the 4 and the 3 on the board, this board is actually going to be pretty decent for the big blind player who checked his option. He's got, you know, a lot of the top of the deck is going to go for a raise. So this board is actually, big blind, for instance, is going to have a lot more combos of 6 deuce than his opponent. So overall, not a bad board for Stojanovic.
Yeah, and having checked it back, the 5 of spades rolls off. Ding just with one pair of 5s.
Ding's hand is really struggling with interaction. Doesn't have any spades, 6s, deuces, 7s, aces, anything that blocks all the good stuff.
Stojanovic quite happy to check back. King on the end. Let's see if Biao wants to get frisky with 750 in the middle. Certainly those sunglasses do imply a man with an appetite for a measure of frisk.
Yeah, and Ding Biao is fun to watch because he plays by his own rules.
Yeah, you're right about that. I mean, I've had the privilege of watching him operate overseas on the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series, kind of his home tour, if you will. One that Dylan Linde has now become a regular participant of. Of course, Chidwick, a legend of those streets. Zhou Chuen, Richard Gryko, also regulars, which does mean that there is quite a bit of context.
Certainly some familiarity.
Mm-hmm.
And after having taken this line, I don't hate this bluff by Ding Biao. At this point, pretty unlikely his opponent has a straight. Can be repping a lot of 2-pair hands, and he does have that 5 blocker, but a nice call there by Stojanovic.
Wow, just the queens with a 10 kicker as Stojanovic digging in, and that is a little bit of a statement call. Everybody with their eyes open looking at this one is going to recognize that they've got themselves a steely operator on their hands in Manuel Stojanovic. A little shy of $500,000 in career tournament earnings across 15 cashes for the 37-year-old. But when you see hometown Vienna, Austria, you know he has access to some of the brightest minds in poker. As we look at the Splash Sports tournament update, 194 entries originally. Gerritse, the only casualty here, bringing us to 7 players from the original 8. Over $2 million up top. Current average stack is 33 bigs. Good for $8 million and change.
And Ali, it was a long and exciting bubble on this. They actually went hand for hand quite early, perhaps to combat some stalling. So they went hand for hand with 33 players left, and it was quite a while until they got down to that final 30 players with that $100,000 minimum cash.
Now, did you punch a ticket into this 50K, Alex, or is this one you sat out?
I actually skipped it. So I was at the 10K horse, and I'd been playing that for 3 days, and you know, then I slept, and I just didn't feel like max late regging. It would have been basically my only option would have been to jump in with 20 big blinds or whatever you get max late regging, and 50K for 20 big blinds, it just felt not like what I wanted to do, so I went and played the 3K 9-game mix instead.
Now, Alex, when you say you've been playing the 10K horse for 3 days, that's 3 days that included sleep between each day, right?
It is, Ali.
Yeah.
And do you have something that you want to tell our audience?
You know, I may or may not have been playing mix for the last 2 days. And unlike you, Alex, my stint was uninterrupted and directly into the booth. So perhaps light on rems, a little bit loopy.
So perhaps we're going to see an even more, shall we say, unhinged version?
Perhaps we're going to see a 6-pack of Celsius to the face before this one's all over.
Well, I see 2 in front of you already, so...
I see 3 10s in front of Dylan Linde.
Maybe we can get a Celsius counter on the graphics
Yeah,
here.
so far we're working on number 1. As Stojanovic futilely goes to work on Linde. Just the 5, some backdoor spades, maybe some straightiness, bookending with the 4-6, but really ambitious and seeking to just haul in $750,000 in chips with this 3rd pot bet. Not going to happen, of course. Linde will flat, see what's what on the turn. Queen of Hearts isn't exactly spicy.
Yeah, I think once you face a call here as Stojanovic, if you're going to have any double barrels with this hand, you need to pick up some form of equity. The Queen of Hearts really not what you're looking for.
Yeah, this is kind of like if you swing at a dude in a bar fight, kind of throw the first punch, and then the guy just looks back at you after you hit him. You don't generally throw another punch
Speak
at
for
that
yourself.
point. You know, maybe a kick where the sun don't shine. Just, you know, you got to get resourceful at that point.
I think this small bet makes a lot of sense from Linde. His opponent really is going to be check folding fairly often. You don't need to bet big here.
You sure don't. As the 4 1/4 gets the job done. Not that Linde was afraid of getting called, nor was he afraid of taking a little bit of time out before play began to visit with our very own Natalie Bodie. Let's listen in.
Lines up.
Well, Dylan, having a great summer so far, a 4th and a 7th place finish. What's come together for you for these type of results in the last couple months?
I think the biggest part is I'm just happy playing poker and making good decisions and executing. Like, things in my life are good, and poker, I just sit and have fun with people every day, and you know, I've studied a lot and feel good.
Specifically with this event and a high-stakes PLO final table, what is your mindset going in?
In some ways, it's almost less pressure than some of the other events because it's a lot of experienced pros where you almost feel free bluff catching or bluffing it off or what have you. You're like, oh, I know this person is capable here. Not as many minefields.
All right, thanks so much. Best luck today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. And Dylan, you know, I've had a few opportunities to chat with Dylan, and I'm sure you've spent plenty of time battling him on the felt, but also engaged in some conversation. And not unlike Stevie in the assessment you made of him, he too is just in a great place. I mean, just so relaxed, so calm, so pleasantly indifferent to outcome, I think is the one attribute that I zero in on the most, and the one that I think really is compulsory if you want to get in and tussle in these echelons and have longevity.
Yeah, Dylan is definitely a guy who can laugh off a big bubble. He's good friends with Stevie, by the way, and I think perhaps that those dispositions match up well. Dylan from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. We've talked a little bit about his hometown, somewhere I intend to visit at some point, as he picks up the King-Queen 10-10 tri-suit here.
10 seconds.
Bit of a tricky spot facing this open from Kwan Lau in the hijack. He does elect to just let it go. I think I like that play, and now definitely a hand that Zhou Chuen is going to be forced to continue with.
Yeah, note that Dylan was underperforming against Lau's holding. Very pretty double-suited rundown here for Zhou Chuen. He is going to take the conservative route, of course, trying to conserve these precious chips, of which he has so few. Defends the big and looks up at top pair. Some backdoor propositions. Nothing further. Note the queens are still in front. Plenty of equity for Zhou, though.
Yeah, 2 backdoor flush draws and backdoor straight draws for Zhou Chuen. He's going to be forced to get this all in.
Yeah, just pots right into Lau.
How much did you say this?
Lau with backdoor diamonds in the overpair. I don't think has fold on his mind.
Yeah.
Selling?
1.950 is all in.
Let's run it, says Lau. And we've got another all-in call here. Might this one go better for Zhou Chuen? And how things played out for Dirk Gerritse.
And another 45% dog for the all-in player, Ali.
6.35. Rushing into the center. So many ways for Zhou to find improvement.
8.
Something like a 4 or 5 would be a delight for Lau, especially in club form. Instead, it's a 6 of diamonds, so gut shot acquired as the 8-9 works. But the equity slips to 28%. Can the man in white keep his seat?
There.
Jacks up on the end. And Zhou Chuen says, not so fast, friends.
1.950.
1950.
1.950.
Now, in case anybody is tempted, for those of you that perhaps senior prom went about your ensemble in rental form, to presume that Zhou Chuen just kind of headed down to a local shop for a 24-hour special. He owns the tuxedo. I've seen this number before.
Okay.
Satin shawl collar, off-white. Some shoulder pads do appear to be also kind of working overtime in there, if I'm being honest. Well, here he is now, working his way into 4th place on the leaderboard out of 7 remaining combatants. As you see a little cluster down there at the bottom. Or attrition between Ding Biao and Dylan Linde. Lau now slipping down to 6 million after being doubled through, as Gryko and Chidwick continue to rest comfortably atop the leaderboard here at the Horseshoe. Nothing wrong, by the way, with a shoulder pad. You know, generally more reserved for running backs in the NFL, but, you know, nevertheless, time and a place.
Different types of fashion statements being made at this table as we take a look at Ding Biao's colorful hoodie.
I guess I don't need to get you to take a hunch at where he bought that one, do I?
Probably not.
10 seconds.
Mystery solved.
Lau's hoodie looks like a nice breathable addition.
Waffle?
Yeah, I guess
know?
that's the word.
I mean, I wouldn't go sauntering around the strip dead of summer in that blend there. But, you know,
10 seconds.
I don't think it has kind of the wicking properties that one might seek. In fact, it looks like it could get pretty ripe if you don't dry clean it regularly. You know what's brutal? You spend that day in the poker room, kind of maybe adjacent to the sports book, and then the cigarette smoke kind of wafts.
The smoke is the worst.
And then you get home, and that's where you realize you smell yourself. And you're like, oh God.
Yeah, it really lingers. As we take a look at this, Stojanovic opening a weaker ace-king combo, and after just doubling up, Zhou Chuan picks up the king-king-jack-10 rainbow in the small blind. Bit of a tricky spot.
Yeah, do you think that Stojanovic is going to linger in the face of aggression here? The lack of a suit is an issue, of course, for Zhou Chuan. How much raise fold does he anticipate Stojanovic to have off of 9.2?
Right. These are the types of questions. I think any sort of double suited kings or a single suited kings that are this strong, or any sort of ace-king-king rainbow even, would be a pretty happy 3-bet pot for Zhou Chuan, but king-king-jack-10 rainbow, perhaps considering just calling or even folding. He just takes the conservative option there.
Wow, I confess, this is a level of restraint that wouldn't necessarily anticipate, but having doubled up into that 6 million plus position, Zhou Chuan now has different considerations on his mind than he did prior to snacking on Lau.
Yeah, these spots are very tricky with the ICM Ali. A lot of the thought process is once you're facing a raise, you don't want to do a ton of flatting. You're not that incentivized to play post-flop. You kind of want to play mostly a 3-bet or fold strategy from all positions except perhaps the big blind. So he was maybe just saying that this hand is not quite strong enough to draw the line in the sand, and instead of 3-betting pot, he just elected to fold. A bit of a conservative play, but not without merit.
Fold it around.
You see a fairly tight fold here from Stojanovic. Again, just a function of the positions. The fact that he's got the 2 chip leaders in the blinds means that he's just going to fold some hands that in other environments would be an open, like that king-jack-10-7 single, as we see Linde pick up the aces.
Right.
This is exactly what we dream of. With a suit, with some wheel cards dangling, he announces pot. Now a double-suited king-jack-jack-9 for Zhou Chuan. Oddly enough, even though kings are mightier than jacks, this hand, especially being able to play it on the button.
Yeah, and he does elect to just
attractive.
call, which I don't think we want to play a ton of
3-bet
calls
there.
here, but this hand is kind of tempting because it's just so strong, double suited.
7.
It's kind of clear what kind of flops you're going to hit and have enough equity to go with on. Hands like this, or perhaps a king, queen, jack 10 double suited, I can understand wanting to play a few flats.
Including this one. And for Zhou Chuan, he will be heads up against the protagonist. 10-7-4, disappointing board texture despite the fact that Zhou Chuan has flopped a gutter and an overpair. Backdoor diamonds working.
These are the spots that come up. Sometimes when you flat those jacks through kings and you flop an overpair against an aces heavy range, you really don't love it, and you have to sort of assess how much your extra equity is going to help you in the spot. In this case, he has 1 backdoor flush draw and a nut gutter. Is that going to be enough for him to call off on the flop here? I think it's very close. I think with 2 backdoor flush draws, he would have quite a clear call. With just the 1, it's a little bit tricky.
And it comes from Linde. And we do expect quite a bit of honesty out of this pot size follow through here from Linde. This isn't just air.
Well, part of the reason that Zhou Chuan flatted in the first place is that so much of Linde's range will be aces in this spot.
2.8.
Of course, he's going to have some other hands,
2.850.
but a lot of aces, kings, queens.
Yeah, it's 2.7, right?
Oh, it's 2.7. It's 4 high. It's 2.7. Sorry.
Chuan giving it a chew now. Are the backdoor diamonds and the gut shot enough to get jacks over the hump? These are the calculations on Zhou Chuan's mind.
And even if he could see Linde's hand, it would be a very close decision. He's getting about the right price, but there's some tournament considerations to think about.
Time banks are handed out for this reason exactly. Delicate moments.
Time extension.
How close is it, Alex? I mean, we can see the 31%. We see the value proposition.
I think it's very close. Both of you can see Linde's hand, you know, and we can see exactly what the price is. Or even if you can't.
Yeah, called on.
All right, he does ultimately say all in, and of course, with some frequency, we do expect the aces to be revealed, which they are. Linde. Very cozy. 70-30 spot roughly for $8.25 million, and a chance to keep his seat and fight on deeper.
He does have the backdoor diamonds covered, by the way, Ali. So really an 8 or a jack. What Zhou Chuan is looking for here.
Eight. I like 8.
You heard Zhou Chuan whisper, "I like 8." Yeah, I bet you do.
6 of hearts doesn't change anything.
Not a thing whatsoever. Jack on the end for a set, however. The straight.
It's showing a check mark by Linde. Did
For
we get
Linde,
the
the
graphics
three-
wrong? Oh, he made the
5.
Oh, I'm sorry. He made the straight on the
dangler.
turn. The 6 did change everything. I missed the low gut shot coming in. So only the 8 good there.
Yeah, go ahead.
No harm, no foul. Although I was always the favorite to overlook it.
Unfortunate oversight from both of us there, Ali.
Alex, you have several rems.
Yeah, this is
More
not
than
going to
you.
live this one down.
Oh, it'll be all right. Zhou Chuan wearing a grin, but things are not as all right as they were moments ago as he slips back down to the bottom of the leaderboard, $2.5 million. Linde ascends to $8 million plus. When you look at the stacks right now, Alex, is this a particularly deep, sort of average, or sort of shallow affair at present?
I would say shallow to average, perhaps, for how some of these PLO final tables can be. I find a lot of the time in PLO tournaments, stacks fly in a little more flexibly, shall we say, than they do in No Limit. So the average stack tends to stay a little bit deeper. Here, we're looking at a lot of stacks in that 10 to 30 big blind range.
10-9-8 deuce with 3 spades, not in range. Understandably binned by Stojanovic. Now a pretty one for the newly minted 8 million chip man, Dylan Linde. Double suited with some reach.
Yeah, certainly a pretty hand. Let's see how he plays this one with Chidwick on the button and Gryko in the small blind behind him who cover.
And play it as a limp, as you pointed out, a hand that's durable enough to call a raise, but doesn't want to be forced into a pot-sized 3-bet altercation. Now Gryko in the small, climbing aboard. Ace, Queen, Jack 7 with some diamonds in the big for Lau. He doesn't waste any time checking it back, so we will take this flop 3 ways. 1.2 out there.
Yeah, if Lau thought that Linde's limping range was particularly weak, he did have a bit of a tempting hand to pop, but I think just not quite strong enough single suited with the 7 kind of dangling. Look at this flop though, Ali.
Yeah, nut flush draw on the king high texture. Kings and 6s for Linde. In front, unclear what Gryko's working with, though he has checked it. Lau does the same.
And I think reasonable for Lau to just check here without having much additional interaction besides his nut flush draw. Linde almost certainly will be looking to bet here with top 2 pair and backdoor hearts.
And size-wise, he actually comes with just 1/3 pot. Given the vulnerability of his hand to a lot of the draws, Alex, is this an appropriate size, or should he be looking for more equity denial, upsizing with kings and sixes?
Yeah, a fair point. One thing we see in multi-way pots is that sometimes the smaller bets can kind of leverage the same sort of pressure on the opponents. It's a little bit hard for Gryko to call too wide with another player behind him, so perhaps he thinks that this can apply just enough pressure, but certainly it's a vulnerable hand, though he does have those backdoor hearts working. A few more decent runouts for him.
Well, front door diamonds, nut variety for Lau with a bet and call of 400 in front of him.
And I think a very prudent just call here with, you don't really want to play for stacks with just the naked nut flush draw. Now, if he had something like a 5 in that hand with an open ender with the 7-5, perhaps he could look for a more aggressive route and look to put pressure on some of Linde's weaker stabs.
Naked flush draw, though, does close the action. 2.4 in the middle, and now king's full, and no concerns for Linde.
Yeah, interesting to see how Linde plays this one. You can go a few different ways here. Sometimes you do want to just check back with top boat to protect your checking range in a spot where your opponents are going to be drawing dead most of the time. Other times you want to make a small bet like you would with a lot of your range and encourage them to, you know, difficult decisions with combo draws. Of course, King X can still loom, and you can get some value from that as well.
Note that we do see what Gryko was straggling along with. Open ender and a 4.
I think if you could see both hands as Linde, you would opt for a check back here. But of course, in a world where one of them has the case king at some frequency, this small bet makes a lot of sense.
So again, on the milkier side, 1/3 pot is Linde.
Gryko really has bad relative position here with Lau still tacked behind him. A very weak draw in addition to a weak pair. I think he needs to let this one go multi-way.
10 seconds.
And paired boards definitely make those flush draws quite a bit less attractive, as evidenced by Lau's fold and Gryko's before it. Linde on the move, joining the 8-figure club now. Man who calls Las Vegas home, 2-time bracelet winner, 3-time WSOP circuit ring winner, and an author of Mastering Mixed Games is Linde, as you look at his bio board. Brought to you by Play PokerGo, 11 million plus in career tournament earnings across 347 caches. He has been at it quite a while.
Talked to Dylan a little bit about that book that he wrote and asked him, did you work with anybody? Did you have any help? And he said, you know, I pretty much just did it all myself. Of course, there was an editor at the very end to make things look tidy, but he put a lot of work into that book, and it's a great resource for people trying to learn mixed games.
Like Gryko, by the way, Linde lending his services to Phil Galfon's Run It Once coaching archives. Longtime provider of content. Heavily engaged with the poker community is Linde, although not engaged with his holding this time. As Gryko, perhaps failing to engage the RFID, might make us play the guessing game yet again. Here on the puck, he reaches for tokens and opens.
And I'd be opening super wide in this situation with the shortest stack already having folded, max pressure on the blinds.
750 if you do, and Ding Biao's 10-5-3-3 rainbow most certainly doesn't. Gryko hasn't been demanded to participate a whole heck of a lot. His stack has been fairly level, though the stacks and the drama from the big game on tour, far from. Second season of the award-winning show is available to watch on the PokerStars YouTube channel, with new episodes dropping every Saturday. It's high-stakes cash action filmed at NAPT Las Vegas back in 2024. Don't miss it on the PokerStars YouTube channel. every Saturday.
Too much.
He has 5 cards.
Ace Jack 10-9 with the spades
Instead of one time, feel spread.
up front here for Dylan. How serviceable is this one?
It's tempting, but you know, he is under the gun. He does have 2 stacks in position who cover him.
For this hand.
So feels like
He likes to limp. I don't love this play. I think if I played this hand, I would just play it as an open and play it as a raise fold, having the non-nut suit where it doesn't play great multi-way. I think I would be between fold and raise on this particular combo, but oh, sorry, he did fold. Oh no, I believe he limped, but the graphics said fold, Ali. We're gonna see in a second.
I'm looking at chips that appear to be in front
Yeah,
of Linde, and it looks like 3 blues, good for 300,000.
I believe he did limp and faced a very quick pot
There they
from
are.
Zhou Chuan.
Unclear, by the way, what's all of a sudden
1,350,000.
fetched this urgency.
So I
From
think
Zhou.
when you do choose to limp from early position, you want hands that are just slightly stronger and play slightly better multi-way. Here with just the 10 high suit,
Don't pull on my bet. Thank you.
be a bit more careful.
Is that 1 million behind?
Now, having said that, once you face this decision, I would likely go ahead and call here because my opponent only has 8 big blinds to start the hand.
Yeah, Zhou Chuan's ready to go with this one. Should Linde have been in a position to ask for the rest. Instead, though, Dylan will just call an extra 1.05 million. Pot grows to 3.5 roughly pre-flop. Just 1.1 effective to play for from here forward. And Linde finds a 10. Unclear what lurks for Zhou Chuan, not to be overlooked, of course, the spade draw. And that is enough, says Dylan, as he will ask Zhou Chuan for the rest. Chuan calls promptly, looks up anxiously.
No look. No look. Only look 3 card.
Those are good 3.
Yeah.
And what have we?
这把压得死死的。
没有，基本上。
Players seem to be struggling with the RFID technology, Ali.
Maybe the RFID is struggling with the play.
That's also possible. And look at this. Dominated, unfortunately, for Linde, up against bigger flush draw, bigger pair. And those jackouts no good.
Listen, it's not often that you can be better than 4-1 with 2 to come for all of it, but that's exactly where Zhou Chuan finds himself here. 5.6 plus.
And not often that you have 18% with this hand on this board.
Now a king opens up the door to a chop if a queen rolls off for Linde.
10 or a 9 to scoop, queen to chop, any spade, no good for Dylan Linde.
Oh, and the 9 on the end.
Wow.
It's 10s and 9s as the deck does the dirty to the aces and nut spades of Zhou Chuan, unceremoniously and mercilessly dispatched in 7th, just shy of $300,000 for the efforts, but that one hurt.
Yeah, that one stings, Ali, and 2 pots in a row for Dylan against the same opponent there.
Well, with his departure, only 6 remain, and there they are. Ding Biao officially on the short stack. Next payout, $386,000 and change, with the ladder all the way up, Alex, to $520,000, let's call it. 134K roughly, the difference between 6th and 5th.
All you need is 1.
The ladders really start to get big at this point. And all of a sudden, Dylan Linde's into 2nd place here, Ali, covering his good friend Stevie.
Yeah, and there are 4 big stacks and 2 have-nots, let's call them. Kwan Lau and Ding Biao, although, to be fair, Lau with 16 bigs isn't quite panicking just yet, especially given that he can wait out Ding Biao, barring Ding Biao spinning up
Very pretty looking ace 10, 7, 6 double suited here for Chidwick.
Ace to 800. Ace to 800.
Up we go.
These double suited ace X hands with middle cards tend to be some of my favorites.
You're not alone in this, as
You like
evidenced.
looking at them as well?
Oh, yeah.
I've been known to get a little out of line in 08 with hands like this, you know,
Sure.
opening them under the gun, sort of thinking of them as PLO hands.
10 seconds.
I mean, you want to make sure you don't let those dusty deuce fours and deuce fives slide in.
And speaking of a premium in both 08 and PLO, the double suited ace ace 6 deuce here from Lau. Clear pot. Linde's going to have to fold this king queen jack 10. Not a hand that's going to do well against these ranges.
And now Chidwick is going to be forced to evaluate how well he thinks ace 10, 7, 6 double is doing against Kwan Lau's range. 800 already invested, but I don't think he really is keen on the idea of having this extra 2 million plus demanded of him.
No, not keen on it, but at the same time, typically, although you do get some raised folds in this spot, of course, double suited hands with this much connection, both connection and sort of not interfering with Lau's range, these types of hands are not typically the ones you're looking to fold. Lau's going to have a lot of course, aces, but also some ace, king, king, some double suited kings, stuff like that. The ace 10, 7, 6 double is fairly durable in equity against that range of hands and typically is going to want to look to see a flop. Now, if you made this just a single suited hand of the ace, I think Chidwick would certainly consider letting it go, but I think double suited is just going to be a little bit too much equity against this very strong range, certainly of Kwan Lau.
And he agrees with you as in flows the requested excess. So these guys are not in the cheap seats as they head to a flop. 6.5 million, roughly in the middle. 6-5 deuce rainbow.
And it's going to be enough hand for Chidwick to put the rest in here, given the SPR.
Note, by the way, that Lau no longer playing the aces as he's got top and bottom pair. The danglers.
Yeah.
Working overtime.
Stevie's going to need to rely on either back doors, a 7 or a 10.
Once more on their feet at the FT. This time, focus is on Lau.
我看不清你在这儿，离太远。
Notice an ace or deuce would just end it here.
Con un 6. Él tiene un 6. Él tiene a 6.
Only one ace remaining in the deck.
Eight-figure pot. Concerns worn on the face of Kwan Lau. Although he does sit pretty, Chidwick on the hunt for some backdoor equity. The deuce, however, provides none as Lau locks it up, no waiting. Boat on the turn, and Chidwick chomped down on. That is number 5 on Hong Kong's all-time money list, hauling that one in, 6 million plus in career live tournament earnings.
We've seen a lot of quick all-in confrontations, Ali, as you might expect with this relatively shallow average stack.
Lau, by the way, Alex, born in Kowloon,
I dropped my coffee.
in Hong Kong, but now hometown
I dropped
of
my coffee on the floor,
Santander,
so
Spain.
yes.
And I believe he actually spends a lot of his time in Andorra now, Ali.
Andorra la Vella.
Neighboring country to Spain. I talked to him in the
Thank you.
airport of the lounge of the airport in Albania, Tirana, Albania, where both of us were attending a PLO festival.
You sure that's what you guys are doing out there in Albania, Alex?
I'm pretty sure.
No sort of side hustle? I don't need to look through your phone or anything.
Nothing I can discuss on air.
Well, what we can discuss on air is Play Poker Go, where the action never stops. Jump into free online poker with real competition and zero risk. Grind the ring games, run deep in tournaments, and spin the wheel of gain in the brand new No Gamble, No Future Sit and Goes. No deposits, no bots, no gimmicks, just pure, authentic poker. Play now at playpokergo.com, available on web, iOS, and Android. Now, you know, I like to travel. Alex, what kind of rating would you give the Tirana, Albania airport lounge that
Honestly,
the two of you found yourself in?
I don't lie when I say this. 10 out of 10. So I was there. First of all, Tirana was an incredible experience overall. Very walkable city, extremely good prices, and it was just an all-around great experience. But the people who put on the poker festival were so happy to get out of towners that they gave us this VIP service in and out of the airport. So they take you to the airport, you get this private VIP lounge, and then a limo straight to the plane. There's refreshments in the lounge. It was quite the experience.
You guys are a couple of whales out there.
Exactly.
Huh?
I'm a little concerned what it says about me, but something called the Diamond Poker Tour that has been running just in the last year or so.
Okay.
I plan to go back.
Yeah. I mean, not to be confused with the Cubic Zirconia or Moissanite Poker Tour. It's probably more along the lines of something I would operate.
Hard to keep track of them all these days, isn't it?
By the way, we don't give you any of that VIP lounge stuff. You actually...
It's probably quite the opposite.
Yeah,
You're forced to show up on bus.
Yeah. You get a little diesel Cold War shuttle to the aircraft.
As we take a look at Jason Kuhn and Jennifer Tilley there on the left of our screen. Have you watched any of that one yet, Ali?
Haven't caught any of the highlights yet. Obviously, episodes dropping every single Saturday. I'm kind of one of those, I want to wait until I can watch everything.
You want to binge it?
I like to binge it.
Pretend it's a Netflix show.
You know, don't put me on the drip.
Yeah.
You know, I want to OD.
I hear you. You're an all or nothing kind of guy.
Sure.
As evidenced by
You know,
your cash game session last night.
I want to end up on the cold linoleum foaming at the mouth. Boy, that got dark, didn't it? I didn't.
Quickly.
10 seconds.
Chidwick now. Something's got his attention. Blind versus blind. Fold it around to him. Just briefly, though.
So I would say, you know, Chidwick is somebody who's just going to really do a good job of adapting to his new situation in the tournament. He was second in chips coming into the final table. Now he's in second last, but that's not something that's going to trouble him the way it would others. He's just going to now understand his position and what he needs to do and how things change.
Such a seasoned tournament veteran. And, you know, PLO requires a lot of care and attention to detail. Forgive the obvious. But when you compound that with its tournament iteration, there is a lot to be thinking about in any given moment. And it does impact sort of the freewheeling nature of the game that we observe in cash, which I think is where it gains its reputation as being gambly, but a little bit less so when we're talking about situations like this one.
Certainly a lot more caution employed in PLO tournaments than you would see in a typical cash game where stacks can really fly. Gryko here still covering Lau by a decent amount, but out of position.
10 seconds.
I think a very reasonable hand to come in with an open here. And in a cash game, you would be defending very wide in this spot as Lau, but in a tournament, you're going to be a little bit more cautious. This hand might even hit the muck in a cash game, and certainly will hit the muck here.
Yeah, Queen 10, 6 deuce, spades.
Not what you're looking for, certainly.
Nah, we're swiping left.
Swiping left, yeah. Have you been swiping left lately, Ali?
2 years removed from the insufferability of swiping, and I couldn't be happier, Alex.
I'm 1 year removed and right there with you.
Up top one time in the booth, yes sir. Gryko, 10 years removed from his first WSOP bracelet.
Yeah, not somebody you see a huge amount of in the US, but he does always make a trip over for the WSOP to play in these big high-limit, Pot-Limit Omaha events.
You know, the other thing is I think Gryko, and I speak from experience, recently took down a Triton title, and I did the post-final table interview with him, just prefers to do his thing under the radar quietly, not one to bring and draw a lot of attention to himself.
He does have a daughter as well, I believe.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Busy being a dad as well as a PLO crusher. Chidwick also with a daughter, who I adore, by the way. One of the cutest in the poker world.
As he does pick up a premium hand here with ace king 10 9 nuts suit.
Yeah, this is not cute. This is pretty.
10 seconds.
His willingness to open direct right of Gryko obviously does imply that he means business. See if Ding Biao wakes up with anything here. Quite. You know, Ding can get a little sticky, but this is just not the time nor the place.
A little bit of frustration perhaps showing on his face as he's been very card dead and kind of forced to blind down.
Now sub 10 big blinds for him after conceding 2 of his bigs to Chidwick there. This is treacherous territory for him. Chidwick, of course, trying to work his way back up the leaderboard after being dealt a blow. Did you play that 9-game mix?
I did 2 bullets, no bag.
Wow,
and so here I am in the booth.
Don't make it sound like it's such a terrible consolation.
It was a
prize.
good backup
It's not
plan.
a toaster.
It was a good backup plan to have.
You know.
And depending on when this finishes up, maybe I can even max late reg the limit hold'em. I think that goes until 11 p.m. or something.
Okay, well, let me ask you something. If you had to set a line based on pace of play, level length, and the cast of characters that remain, where do you see this? How long do you see this one going? Do you see perhaps an additional day being required before?
I think they'll finish it up tonight.
Okay.
But you never know. Sometimes the heads-up battles can just go on for a very long time.
Oh, yeah. Well, Chidwick's chiseling once more. This time we don't know what's motivated him. What we do know, though,
I apologize. That was a call. That was a call.
is that Lau has announced call, clarifying with the dealer, by the way. King 10, 9, 7 with spades.
A little loose, I think, here from Kwan Lau. I do understand that he covers Chidwick and he has the button, but facing this pot size open single-suited variety, this is definitely a little bit on the loose side.
Top 2 with 2 hearts on board. Clear what Chidwick's got on the stovetop. There it is now. Nut hearts with the overpair. We could see some flammability here.
It feels inevitable. 2 big hands on this board. SPR under 2. And I really like just potting if you're Chidwick here, trying to deny equity.
Boy, and you know, with that wet texture, those 10s and 9s are puckered. Even though it's quite a bit of hand, it recognizes that Chidwick's willingness to pot here isn't just with an overpair and no draws of any sort, as Lau will hold his breath and get it in.
Huge moment here.
Dobles.
Slightly on the wrong side of this
Tiene
flip.
damas y flautro.
As you hear Lau giving his rail the update in Spanish, no less.
一把没赢，我操，自从我操，剩8个币了。Looks 8个币。
Moments for Stephen Chidwick, who came into this
Oh,
one
very brave.
second in chips, one of only
Very
2
brave.
8-figure stacks, about 6 million back of Richard Gryko at the onset. Now facing elimination if he can't find any improvement. And the 3 comes in to counterfeit the 10s and 9s. Improvement comes swiftly as you see Lau looking a bit dejected. However, 10s, 9s, kings, all would spell the end for Mr. Chidwick. And instead it's the 5 of spades.
Verification, final table.
真硬呀他。
And that pot is big enough to call for the floor to come over and ensure that the accounting is done properly, although there is no question to whom this pot belongs. And Stephen Chidwick fades elimination there.
反牌就给淹了，我操，赢2轮都被淹。
A healthy helping of Kwan Lau bucks. Well, as if you needed this graphic to recognize just how challenging an attempt to claim this particular bracelet is going to be. How about the fact that number 1 and number 3 on the WSOP PLO all-time money list are both here.
就拿了1把牌大盲 AK。
amongst
拿了把
Final
AK-10
six.
装备 open 小盲炮出来了。
The great Tommy Lee, second on that list, somebody who had quite a lot of success in the earlier years of the PLO tournaments. Haven't seen as much of him lately in the higher buy-ins.
This is not the Tommy Lee who had quite a bit of success with Pamela Anderson from Baywatch back in the day.
Now that's a different character.
One
L-E.
right.
L-E-E, yeah. Easy mistake to make.
If you're on hour 41 of being awake, yes. Perhaps less so. I confess.
No embarrassment, Ali.
It's
no,
just mischief,
Just,
you know.
showing up to work on no sleep.
Listen, man. I'm just getting ready for the night shift. Come main event time. Although as hot as our buddy Nick Schulman's been running, who knows, maybe he won't even be available.
By the way, look at this, Ali. Gryko deciding that his chip positioning is so powerful at this point, raising into those blinds who are feeling the ICM pressure, that he just goes with the King 876 Badoogie.
Yeah, and look who's woken up with a spoonful of medicine here. Repotting is Lau, fresh off of being doubled through.
2.71.
Stojanovic looked intrigued momentarily. It was kings, neither of which were suited, that caused the pause. No real considerations for Linde's jacks with hearts. Now we're back around to a very dusty one for Gryko, as 750,000 funnel their way left.
A nice pickup there from Lau after losing that critical flip.
Well, Alex, before you were here in the booth with me, let's take a look at where you found yourself in this field. The 3K 9K mix. Plenty of familiar faces to anybody that's been ponying up to the mixed cash games or mixed events thus far here in the series. And it does feel like the enthusiasm for mixed variants is growing. More things on the docket, more people.
Look at the chip leader here,
oh,
Ali.
Come on now.
The great Yuri.
This is insane. The Brazilian three-time bracelet winner who's so strong when it comes to two-card and when it comes to fashion, mind you.
Yeah.
Here,
well liked by the entire poker community.
Such a gentleman is Yuri.
Savvy dresser. Skilled in all forms of poker.
Listen, I haven't been
True
to Brazil,
gentleman.
right? And I know he's off the market. So not necessarily the kind of wingman you want out there. Although maybe he is, because, you know, it's like, hey, listen, you can't close, but, you know, maybe you can guide McLovin.
He's got some swag.
For sure.
There's
like,
no question about that.
If I'm going to try to tackle Rio, I too am off the market, but I'm just saying, if at some point, international hall pass, or maybe dissolution,
Disillusion
you know,
announced.
happens. I'm just saying, I haven't done Brazil. And
He'd be your guy.
You're my guy.
Understood. As we see a very pretty 7-6-5-4 double suited from Lau, electing to limp, the type of hand you'd like to raise in a cash game, but shallow here.
By the way, Yuri also pretty, and probably not the guy. If we're going favela, I don't think, you know, Yuri's your man.
You want him for
to
the
rock into the
more the upscale.
More the upscale. You know,
scene.
Prahlad lives down there. Prahlad will get you down into the favelas.
Got it. I did not know
That's
that
my
about
guy.
Prahlad living down there.
10-7 deuce here, a couple of spades. What we don't know is what Stephen Chidwick has in
Not
the big
much
blind.
interaction from the three hands we can see.
Tens.
Yeah.
For Linde, although
But
he's not ecstatic.
The Jack 10-3-3 not really loving this texture.
Round to knuckles. Well, trip tens now, but in spade form. Bit troublesome, as you could see plenty of flush draws that aren't robust. Checking back on the flop behind you. Not a spade between Lau and Stojanovic, by the way, which does suggest that maybe Chidwick is working with one.
Looks like Linde's considering a bet here. He's just going to go for a small bet. The main purpose of this bet would just be equity denial to straight draws, which you're going to have to fold on this flush draw board. Perhaps you can even use this combo as a two-barrel bluff, Ali, a bit of a sophisticated one, to try to get weak flushes or some other 10x hands to fold, blocking both some strong flushes and some full houses. But at this point, perhaps just seeking to clear up some equity.
10 seconds.
Let's see whether or not clearance will come from Chidwick.
We know the other two players have really nothing working to proceed with, but Chidwick is indicating some interest in the hand.
Occasionally it does also indicate someone doesn't know that the action is on them, but Chidwick is likely not guilty of this.
We're pretty sure he knows it's on him, yeah.
Oh, 1.6.
Raised to 1.6 million.
Well, Stevie has taken it upstairs, over 3xing this 500K. Not what we wanted to see if we were Linde.
Yeah, only 3 outs to the effective nuts for Linde here.
Yeah, so inconvenient for him to have 2 3s in hand as he hunts a boat. Although it's not even a given that he's going to hunt that boat.
No, I suspect he just lets this one go. Can still pull ahead of some bluffs, but just in such terrible shape against the value range. And very, very poor visibility.
So stepping aside with those trip 10s and doing so appropriately, given that 5-4 of spades was present for Chidwick, is Linde. Nice pickup there for Stevie, as he didn't spend a whole lot of time down there in that 6 million chip depth. Now knocking on the door of 15 million. As you look at your Oats Overnight tournament summary, this segment brought to you by Oats Overnight. Winning is easier with 20 grams of protein. Please shake responsibly. And 194 entries is responsible for this whopping 9.2 million chip prize pool. Lion's share looking for a home here.
Yep. Ali, have you tried the Oats Overnight yet?
You know, I'm so glad you took us in this direction, Alex, because I'm not an oats guy.
No.
Right? And that's not an indictment. I'm sure they're delightful, right? Me, I live the kind of life I need same-day oats.
Okay.
You know, and I don't know if those are available, but with all due respect to Brian Tate and company from Oats Overnight, perhaps, you know, I can pitch same-day oats.
Same-day oats, perhaps a rival company. I was talking to Brian about it. I haven't tried the product yet myself, but he said they have something like 400 flavors.
Okay,
Definitely
that's
going to give it a go. He said it's a bit of a combo.
absurd.
It almost feels a bit like a combo of a breakfast meal with a smoothie. You actually drink them. You put them with milk, leave them overnight, or put them in the fridge, leave them overnight, add some milk, and
See,
drink.
that's, you know, very little in my life can be planned out like this. I need oats right the F now. That's the kind of oats.
You can't be trusted with Oats Overnight, shall we say. You can't be trusted. We don't even know if you're going to sleep the night before.
If I have a hankering for oats, I'm not waiting, okay?
Note that this confrontation between the two big stacks, I think Chidwick will be limping a lot of his range that wants to continue here in the small blind.
Well, not quite a nutty finish for Chidwick, but serviceable as he picks up the heart draw on top 2 versus the Broadway for Gryko here. Limp of 150 with a hand durable enough to call the extra 750 demanded by the one bigger stack at the table. Chidwick, from a tournament perspective, an ICM filter, is not looking to be taken into some big pot against Gryko, and yet he's not going to be given the option to do anything but for the time being. 700K, 1/3 pot from Gryko, who is in turn mindful of Chidwick's stack depth and the sort of hand combinations that would be limp calling against him here, interacting, one would presume, somewhat handsomely.
And if you're Chidwick, you just have a hand that wants to call here. You don't want to be building a pot. You don't have a lot of turns and rivers you're excited about being the one generating the action on. Your hand can absorb action fairly well because you can still beat bluffs. You still have some outs, but you don't do a great job generating the action yourself with just such a weak flush draw and only the 4 outs to the nuts. And here is Gryko. I think with the heart in your hand, you have a pretty clear check back. You're still going to be ahead of some of Chidwick's 2-pair combinations and the Jack-9s, but you're going to be behind all those flush combos. Interesting to see if Chidwick goes for value here on the river and what size he chooses.
Well, the check back obviously leaves you quite a bit more comfortable with the 7 high hearts than you would otherwise be. Gryko very mindful without a heart in hand.
Note that Gryko can also be checking back some flushes. In Hold'em, you would expect most flushes to continue betting, but in PLO, you know, the weaker flushes would be checking back. So it's not like Chidwick has an absolute lock on this hand, although he does expect to be good the majority of the time.
And cautious procedures, as you alluded to, on display here from Chidwick. This is not a trap. This is just a man who doesn't want to end up in some sort of incendiary and explosive exchange.
Gryko, by the way, considering value betting his straight here, I think it's a little bit thin with no heart in your hand, but I can understand the consideration.
And Gryko does shut it down from the turn and beyond. Disheartening to see the heart and to see his chips flowing toward Chidwick, who don't look now. Alex.
He's reassumed the, well, he's assumed the chip lead for the first time, yeah.
First tour of
this
duty
final table.
on the throne for the Englishman.
Note that Ding Biao 8 big blinds, and the blinds are about to hit him. He's going to lose 2 of those, or he's going to have to at least post 2 of those in a couple of hands. So certainly looking for something to go with in the next orbit or 2.
Yeah, the pulse getting fainter on Ding Biao's stack.
This is not going to be the one.
Non-qualifier. Yeah, and you can kind of feel it. Pursing of the lips, bit of a sigh.
And with Chidwick and Gryko both around 15 to 16 million, Stojanovic and Linde both need to be quite careful here.
Yeah, their seat's not great.
No, they don't like having the 2 chip leaders on their left.
Stojanovic in particular has to tackle Chidwick and Gryko in succession.
This looks like a decent spot for Chidwick to be opening it up a little bit wider, being able to put some ICM pressure on Lau and having Gryko in the small blind rather than the big blind.
Left Chidwick out of that which Stojanovic needs to contend with. Or Linde, rather. Apologies. Meanwhile, focusing back upon that at hand, Chidwick, whose hand is not clear, has clearly made it 800 to skate. Double suited but dusty is Lau, as he will bow out.
The double suited Drugel hits the muck.
The Drugel, you say?
The Drugel,
Okay, talk to me.
A term coined by one of the restaurant-owning poker player friends of ours in Halifax, Nova Scotia.
Okay, who is this man? Let's give him his due, dap.
His name is Sunny Gupta. And,
Sunny Gupta.
Sunny Gupta, yeah.
Okay.
Well known in the Nova Scotia PLO streets.
Perhaps brother of Sanjay?
Perhaps,
Gupta?
but unlikely.
Doubtful. Popular surname.
It's a popular name,
Right,
yes.
and a populous nation.
Yes.
Well, shout out to Gupta. And do we know the etymology of Drugel?
I believe there was a player whose nickname was Doodle, and Sonny had a way of pronouncing it of Drugel. And Doodle liked to play, and I don't know how that nickname came to be, but Doodle liked to play all sorts of total nonsense hands. So Doodle became Drugel, and then we started to use Drugel to describe nonsense hands. And I used to play in a lot of these games, and I would be known for playing the double-suited Drugels quite frequently. And I drew the line at the single-suited Drugels. So 9-4 deuce-deuce would be a prime candidate double-suited Drugel. As we look at the 10-10-9-8 single here from Lau into Ding's stack. Certainly want to play this one, considering potting it, and he does, I believe.
900.
900,000.
Well, he knows that Ding is desperately looking for one that he can get it in with. Double suited, King 9-7-6, not a Drugel.
No, this is a strong hand, but one that I would just call. You're not going to have any fold equity on a shove here with Ding stack, so you can still get away on the worst flops. You've got position, and he does agree with me, it looks like. Oh, he was just adjusting his blind.
Maybe, yeah.
900.
Okay, so the flat announced.
Kind of announced it in an unusual way, repeating the bet size.
Yeah.
Drew a raise of the eyebrow from Lau.
looking over in the process. Some interference here. 7-4 deuce and a couple of clubs. That is one of the suits that Ding has. And with top pair and a flush draw.
And a nice flop here for,
Esto es un
for
call
Ding
imposible.
Biao.
Pareja de 10.
It's like 3-2 roughly.
Hombre, él tiene pareja flat draw y todas las...
His advantage.
¿Eh? No, no. Muy poco también.
Wow. Working the tens real
Hay que pedir un
hard
pato.
right now. In front, but
limpiamos de
just
pay.
look what he has to fade. The top of the board. A 6 for 2 pair.
他抽射
Lau picking up the wrap as a redraw.
6
Hearts a non-factor. And now it is Ding Biao's turn to fade. In his seat, hoping to haul in this 4.4, and he does just that. Runner boat.
Verification.
And resilience on display from the Chinese national.
1 second. 1,150,000.
And here's the moment. Kwan Lau realized the wrap wasn't going to cut it. Ding Biao listed, by the way, as a businessman and high-stakes poker player. Perhaps the business of poker is something that he should focus even more than he already does on, just given the prolific nature of his results. 16 million plus at just 33 years of age across 114 recorded cashes for Ding Biao. Third final table of his World Series of Poker career. First cash recorded in December of 2017 for Ding Biao. Chidwick now with a very pretty ace jack 8 with spades.
10 seconds.
Always nice when you're in a position where you're going to be raising a lot of junk hands, Ali, to pick up one this strong. People think you could have anything.
Swiping right. So he lifts us to 800K.
10 seconds.
Ooh, and it's a match, as 2 kings could very well be a customer here.
I think so. 9 big blinds against a player.
2 million.
Yeah, and you see Lau with no hesitation. Alex says pot, and unfortunately the timing could not be worse for him. Just got doubled through by Ding Biao and now has his back up against the wall against Chidwick, who snaps. Perhaps a crackle and a pop soon to come.
KK 和 AA
6.2 million. Yes. The look of worry washes across Kwan Lau's face. 8-4-3 rainbow. He does find a tray, but the worry remains. Aces still best. Just shy of 3-1 with 2 to come, and considerably better than that with 1 to come. Just 18% is Kwan Lau to fight on here with 6 remaining in the 50K, and the 9 ain't gonna cut it. A 1-2 punch sending him to the mat as he is knocked out. $386,000 worth of smelling salts to keep him conscious. But unfortunately, it is flatline in the 50K for the Hong Kong national.
GG 了
Thank you. Your levels have changed,
Chidwick,
guys.
man,
Your
what a
levels have changed.
yo-yo.
人家全配5T 肯定扣
Yeah, he got short quickly, and now he's got quite the chip lead.
It's like we pulled back on a slingshot and then just sent him into orbit, up over 20 million now. As you look at the leaderboard, brought to you by Poker Stars, Gryko displaced, and now beginning to find himself breaking back of the yellow jersey on Chidwick. Linde at 11 million. Stojanovic 7.5, and Ding Biao in the on-deck circle, as now just 5 remain. A guaranteed $520,000, let's call it, and almost 200K. The ladder up to 4th as it's getting real out here at the 50K FT.
And as Chidwick increases the separation from himself and Gryko, he can continue to apply even more pressure.
Well, might this be adequate?
Yes, certainly a hand I would be looking to open here, given the chip situation. Particularly with Linde in the big blind being the most middling stack. But he does just come in for a call, also reasonable. Knowing that also opponents will have a harder time just ISOing his stack.
10 seconds.
I mean, really, Gryko, Linde, and Stojanovic are all looking over at Ding Biao stack and thinking to themselves, this is a dude that needs to find one. And there's 200K between 5th and 4th. I'm not trying to get into quicksand against Chidwick here. Stojanovic, though, ace-king 6-5. Baduki does limp in. Linde will participate involuntarily with the ace-9 trade deuce. His clubs are covered.
And if we were playing Baduki, these two would have a battle with Linde showing the ace-deuce tray.
Oh, yeah. I like that you got your Baduki lenses on, Alex.
When you play mixed games, Sully, I'm sure you feel this. You start to see the cards in different ways.
Sure.
Mixing between the games.
Jack 3 deuce as Lindy's hand turns into a bottom 2. Stojanovic with the gutter. Nothing to be proud of. Checks it over to Dylan. Note that Chidwick works a jack.
Yeah, these weak 2 pairs can be very difficult to play in PLO, even on a board this dry. Not a hand you're wanting to put a lot of money in with. Having said that, a small stab can make some sense here. For Linde, it's a board that can certainly miss his opponents. Not a ton of draws out there. He does have an ace in his hand as well, blocking some of the wheel draws. Chidwick's going to want to continue this hand with top pair, overcards, backdoor clubs.
10 seconds.
And getting this great price. Stojanovic does have a gutter to the nuts, but not a ton of extra equity. But, you know, facing this min bet, wouldn't be surprised to see him peel one off here either. I'd really rather have a little bit more going on, but...
I mean, listen, close the action and draw to the nuts.
Yeah.
This is what we like to do, especially for a swing at 2.8 now, after the call. 4-ball not present as an offsuit 10 finds its way to the board. Now Chidwick has an open-ender.
And this is kind of the problem with these low 2-pair hands like the one that Linde has, is that there's very few runouts that are going to look good to you, barring filling up on the turn. This 10 of spades is a classic example. It doesn't complete any actual draws on the flop, but at the same time, now your hand is feeling like it's really starting to shrivel up. You know that even if you're not beat right now, and you can see he does have the best current hand, your opponents are likely to have picked up some equity on this card, as they have with Stojanovic returning a double gutter and Chidwick picking up an open-ended draw.
Yeah, this wasn't exactly a plump grape to begin with, more a current, and yet here it is.
Chidwick has options here. He can elect to put pressure on the types of hands like Linde has with a bet, with kind of a semi-bluff bet, or he can just check back and realize his equity.
10 seconds.
I think checking would be sort of the predominant play, but the chip situation can make it a little different, and he does decide to leverage the fact that these opponents have a lot of ICM pressure and go with a bet here.
So in it comes with 2 checks in front. 900K the deployment.
Very uncomfortable sizing for Stojanovic to deal with here, because he does still have this nut double gutter. But of course, those outs can be shared by one of his opponents. He's out of position, getting a nice price.
10 seconds.
Occasionally, Linde's going to come in with a check raise and blow him off of his equity. A lot of considerations here. He does look like he's reaching for calling chips.
Time extension.
And as Linde here, it's just a very uncomfortable situation. What rivers are you hoping to see outside of a deuce or a 3? Every other river completes some type of straight.
I mean, obviously we enjoy the fact that there's no flush draw to worry about, but as you pointed out, a deuce or a 3, the only cards we're comfy seeing on the end.
Right, especially multi-way, where just the combined equity of your opponents is going to be very scary. And of course, at some frequency, the deuce or the 3 is also not going to give you the best hand. Yeah.
All things to think about here.
Having said that, the price is excellent. Does let it go, and I think that sort of illustrates the difficulties of playing these. It illustrates the difficulties of playing starting hands. Of course, he had no choice in this case in the big blind, but starting hands that have small cards, because you're going to make a lot of those low 2 pairs, which are very difficult to play.
Although the deuces and 3s would be a winner. Unclear whether or not Showdown would have been available free of charge. 4.6 in there. Stojanovic has nothing.
Yeah, and is Stojanovic perhaps considering bluffing here, just given he's at the bottom of his range, but his hand is not very good for it. He doesn't interfere with those straight cards at all.
He's not supposed to have 8-9 in his hand as, a caller with someone behind.
Very difficult to rep 8-9, and when you don't have either an 8 or a 9, even more difficult to pull the trigger. So I think Stevie will be content to just check this one back. He does have some showdown value at this point. Stojanovic is going to have a lot of pair plus draw kind of hands. Hands like the one he has, maybe some wraps. But let's see if Stevie decides to get creative and turn this into a bluff.
He's thinking about his options.
Check makes the most sense to me here, but I think if you bet as Stevie, you go with a meaty sizing, trying to get Stojanovic off of the type of hand that Linde had, off of some sort of weak 2 pair. I don't think you can ever value bet this card.
2.4.
But he does go 1.5 million, so interesting bet there from Stevie.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't value. That was designed to clear out a few things, was it not?
It's a bit unclear to me when he chose that size. If we'd seen a big bet, I think it would have been very clearly a bluff. That small size, it's like, could he actually be trying to get some type of pair plus draw to call? I'm not sure. A bit of a confusing bet for that size, in my opinion, from Stevie, where he bets about a 3rd pot.
But occasionally we do employ the milky sizings in order to make a holding look more like it's pursuing value and dissuade a hand from maybe being more interested versus a more polar sizing.
I think on balance he was looking to bluff and get something like deuce trade to fold.
Now there's a look at the chip denominations once more, brought to you by True Classic. Always unpleasant to interfere with our own flush draws. 3 suits for Gryko. Into the muck it goes. Now Ding Biao double suited. Non-qualifier still though, as he sits north of 4 million, dwindling away.
Double suited Drugel hits the muck there from Stojanovic on the button.
You just wanted to say Drugel.
You caught me.
Linde limping. Will Chidwick allow it?
10 seconds.
Yeah, how much pressure does Chidwick want to exert in a spot like this where he doesn't want his opponent to feel like they can just limp with impunity?
There's your answer.
And by the way, I think Linde's hand was just a little too marginal to try to limp against a player as tough and experienced as Chidwick. We can see Chidwick does. If he's going to raise hands like this, then I think that makes Linde's limp even worse. I think we'll look to see a limp fold here from Linde.
Dylan is muscled out of the way there as you observe the luxuries of a big stack. Well, plenty of luxuries would be afforded Stephen Chidwick, although he is a fairly simple man. That's 66 million plus in career earnings. Not being wasted on any manner of things that perhaps yours truly, with far less in earnings of all types in life, has been guilty of punting off on. Man of reason, prudence, discipline, enjoys rock climbing, often with Lucky Chewy, Andrew Lichtenberger, racket sports, apparently has taken up golf as well.
I didn't know he was a golfer.
Likes strategy games, backgammon, chess. Likes things that I think engage him mentally, you know, give him that scratch of the itch.
Makes sense.
Well, Stojanovic perhaps going to look to make some dollars. Queen, queen, 10-9. Reaching for chips. Plays it as the limp. Really just anxiously awaiting Chidwick's reaction more than anything else when we do this.
Yeah, no ace in our hand.
Oh,
Ooh,
no.
and look at this.
Double suited ace, 5-5 here. More than strong enough, and note the diamond coverage for Chidwick to wag a finger in the face of the limp. Something that we are anticipating that he's going to do with a broad array of kit just based on the presence of Ding Biao and the ICM pressure. We don't expect it to be tethered to hands as strong as this. But here's Chidwick having woken up with one. Gryko can put ace 8-6-6 to bed.
Yeah, clear fold from Gryko, but he could have gone into some trouble if he picked up something relatively strong, knowing how wide he expects Chidwick to be isolating there. Quick call from Stojanovic. He didn't limp his hand to fold it. And these queens and jacks and kings hands can make for good limp calls in situations like this, especially when accompanied by some relevant cards. Oh, and look at this, Ali.
Queen, Trey, Deuce. Stojanovic finding top set here. Just what the doctor ordered. Now, Chidwick, absent hearts, does have a wheel gutty.
Yeah, just a cooler at this point for Chidwick. He's got a very easy pot.
And he announces 4 million full pot. Stojanovic is going to double check, and 4.2 in front of him. The rest is going to find its way into the middle. Of course, Chidwick will snap the extra 2 1/4 and look up at very bad news. The deck has done dirty deeds on the day already, and a 4 would be very filthy.
4 and ace still has 6 outs to improve.
Nope, 1 ace and 1 4. Not actual live outs as they disappeared. Seen hands that have been binned. Six of spades turn. Things remain sterile. That's exactly where Stojanovic wants them to be. Don't muck about. Don't do anything bacterial. Oh!
Ooh.
The 4 for an absolute nasty dispensing of Stojanovic.
And it.
That is as disappointed as a man who's having a 520K check written to him is ever going to be. He was in such great shape.
A tough way to go out there. Although dominated pre-flop, flopping so good.
Is it? Are you even able to lose?
Well, in the
PLO
words
World Series
of
tournaments,
Trinity
or?
from the original Matrix and more recently Martin Cabrel, out and about in this World Series, not like this.
Not like this, indeed.
And unfortunately for Manuel Stojanovic, who now breaks the $1 million barrier in career earnings, he will not fight on any further. Cash game specialist looked solid and in position to haul in a very healthy stack and fight on. Yet instead, a high-stake PLO cash game player punched out.
And Stephen Chidwick all of a sudden over the 30 million barrier. Ali, do you expect to see him just steamroll this to the end?
You know, I want nothing more than for Chidwick to close his eyes and just start jackhammering right now. With Ding Biao out there, walk me through how strong a hand Dylan Linde or Richard Gryko are going to need to wake up with to actually fight.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make any sense. They're all guaranteed $714,000 roughly. We're talking about a pay ladder now of $286K, and you got a man sat there with 10 bigs. You're not trying to play poker. Just spectate, print that ladder, and then focus on chip accumulation when afforded.
Certainly in this situation, Linde would have had to play very tight, as would Gryko if facing an open, but Chidwick did have a fold on the button. You can still wake up with the bottom of the deck sometimes when you're in a powerful situation. Now in clear last place, Ding Biao doesn't have as much ICM considerations as he would if Linde were closer in stack to him.
The hares are going to war.
Gryko looking to
Okay,
potentially bring us to three-handed play, putting his hopes on Jack 6-6-5, which turns into nothing more than middle pair on a monotone board here where Ding Biao has flopped the nuts.
And I think Ding can consider checking this back at some frequency. Typically when you make the nut flush and you also block top pair, you have such a lock on the board that you do want to slow play that at least at some frequency.
No.
The other kind of hair.
Much more base than that.
Having said that, he's going to want to small bet a lot of his range. Maybe he just does elect to go for a small bet here. And nothing going here for Gryko.
Oh, 他妈这把没人来。
600 and take it as Ding Biao
我就
stretching
这么点儿麻了。
and hauling one in, saying not so fast, guys.
And every pickup feels really critical when you get as low as Ding Biao is on chips.
Sure. Well, let's get a look at Ding Biao's poker career. I touched on that very impressive tournament winnings figure of 16 million plus. Number 2 on China's all-time money list. A 2-time Triton Series champion with 4 7-figure scores under his belt and 6 live tournament wins. He does it in 2-card, he does it in 4-card, he does it in cash allegedly as well.
Ali, the fantasy team that I'm on, 25K fantasy team that drafted me, also did draft Ding Biao, so he is my fantasy teammate.
There you go. You guys have had the bit and bridle applied.
We're in bad shape right now. We're currently in last place, but we are climbing the ladder.
Well, are you not pulling your weight out there?
Well, I wasn't until the other day. I finally did a little something for the team.
Okay. By the way, how about Victor Blom and Benny Glaser?
Well, Benny Glaser just won his 3rd bracelet of the series, matching Scott Seaver's efforts from last year.
If I'm not mistaken, the 2 of them are on the same fantasy, are they not? Or is it Victor Blom and someone else?
I'm not sure.
Can't remember.
That's from the blind?
I haven't clocked
Cheers,
it of late.
But Benny really looks to be running away with that Player of the Year race.
I mean,
3 bracelets
name
already.
somebody else. I mean, Victor, I think
Victor's
is the most
up there.
threatening person.
Scott Bowman has been having a good series as well. It's still early, but, you know, Benny has certainly made himself the one to beat.
No, top banana. For sure, as things stand. You, on the other hand, you know, sort of more of a crab apple.
Crab apple,
Thus
indeed.
far.
I'm flying under the radar, Ali, waiting,
Right.
waiting for the right moment.
Yeah, perhaps you will ripen.
Hoping the PPC is the one, but, you know, I'm 0 for 4 cashing that event historically.
Really?
Looking to buck that trend this year.
Listen, that's a tough one.
Certainly is, but also one of the most fun, great structure, top-notch competition.
There's an opportunity for Ding Biao now, 5 million plus. Gryko out of the way.
And he does elect to pot it.
He is doing so into the chip leaders big. So risky business.
Again, I do like using pot as your open size. When you get as short stacked as Ding Biao, you want to apply maximum pressure and not give your opponents good prices to peel out of the big blind.
Boy, those are meaningful pickups, aren't they, for Ding Biao? These orbits come around so quickly and can really wreck your stack.
Certainly increasing your stack by 20% without showdown never hurts. as we see him beginning to get a little bit closer to Dylan, Linde, and chips. Another strong hand here from Biao under the gun. Wouldn't be surprised to see him potted again, but he does come for a limp this time.
Ace Jack 10-7 with those hearts.
Very reasonable hand, plays well multi-way.
And now that he's up to over 6 million coming into this one, these limps leave him at a depth where he's durable enough with a holding such as this to endure should someone like Chidwick or Gryko activate, which is not going to be the case. Gryko's check back. Leave him heads up. Out of position here with the King Queen 7-7. 1-7 busy across the way in Biao's hand.
Interested to see
deuce.
if Gryko does anything here on this board, Ali. It's a board that generally is going to favor the big blind. You're going to have a lot of the smaller cards, whereas the under the gun limper is going to have a lot more bigger card hands. And he does have those 2-7s, which can service as future straight blockers, but he decides perhaps just not quite enough interaction. Single diamond, no pair blocker to speak of, and no actual straight blocker. Ding Biao does pick up top pair on the turn, but Gryko with the clubs, and again, the ability to potentially rep straights with those 2-7s, still electing to check. Top pair, top kicker in PLO, not what it is in Hold'em, and with no additional equity. I like the check back from Ding Biao.
Now the diamonds come in king form on the end. Gryko with top pair.
Yeah, at this point, perhaps both players figuring they have just a little too much showdown value to need to bet this hand.
So things end uneventfully there. Well, if you're just joining us, welcome. 4 remaining of our original 8 here in the 50K Pot-Limit Omaha from the 2025 World Series of Poker. Ali Najad alongside Alex Livingston, and 4 players, all of whom are assured roughly $714,000, looking to make the podium and enjoy one of 3 7-figure payouts. 2.1 million plus up top. Blinds currently 2 and 400 with a 400K big blind ante. 1 million and orbit, or 250K on average per hand, shaved right on off your stack. So plenty of urgency for the short stack of Ding Biao. Dylan Linde, by the way, starting to bleed down in that direction. 8.4 million, 7 bigs north of Ding. You see the 2 chip leaders potentially intertwined here. Limp from Stevie. Not exactly an all-purpose King 8-8 tray with spades here.
No, and does let it go. Note the limp from Stevie here. Just a hand that doesn't block any high cards, so not interfering with any of the hands he's going to get 3-bit with. Just wants to play this as a limp call and realizes equity that way.
Ace-5 deuce and a couple of spades. No flush draw for either player, not even a single spade in hand, as we see Ding with the 3s blocking the wheel. Checking over to Chidwick, who plays his 9s.
Yeah, such a dynamic board that the 3 blockers not quite as useful as they would be in some other spots, with the flush draw present and the nut straight likely to not remain the nuts on a lot of runouts.
10 seconds.
Kind of an interesting hand for Ding to think about bluffing here. With a decent amount of interaction, he blocks a pair. He's got still has those straight blockers, and now he has the king of hearts as well. So he can blast off on some turn river combos.
10 seconds.
Alex to take the conservative approach for the time being. Checking. Chidwick will check back.
10 seconds.
Backdoor hearts show up as Ding binks a set. Four-liner on board, and of course the aforementioned hearts. Not making the set of threes quite as sexy as they might be.
Yeah, I think Ding's got a nice hand to just go for a check call with here, most likely. A little bit too weak to value bet, but some nice properties for calling, blocking the big heart and having a somewhat under-repped set. Chidwick has a tinge of showdown value, but perhaps considering turning this hand into a bluff.
10 seconds. One point for bet.
1.4.
And not to say this is an easy call by any means, Ali. Certainly Chidwick representing a flush, but that king of hearts is a very useful card to have in your hand at this point.
Look, he's not supposed to have too much 4X, I suppose. Although maybe some of the ace-4 stuff. He does have the luxury of entering pots with that big stack as a limp. Hearts would check back on the turn with some frequency and then arrive here.
And we do see that Ding flicks in the calling chip there.
Nice.
You see Chidwick having to point out that it's nothing more than nines as anxious moments at showdown there for Ding Biao, but he does sniff it out, and he does now loosen the collar a little bit more. Tries to work himself into the final three. Let's work our way over to event number 58, that 3K 9-game mix. There are the hopefuls still in the running, including none other than Nick Schulman. PokerStar spotlight shining bright on him.
I don't think it was.
By the way, he was the people's champ when it came to dealing with
Did you see how the short stack?
the polarizing Martin Cabral.
Yeah, he had two clips go viral, Ali.
I believe Say My Name.
Say My Name, and
in 8 hands.
the other one perhaps we can't say on air.
No, yeah, that one.
Viewers can look for it themselves.
Well, let's take a look at our Hall of Fame nominees for this year. And man, that is a tough list to choose from. Just get a look at the likes of legendary people like Miami John, Ted Forrest, Lieber, Mattisau, and then perhaps a little bit more newer school stuff in the form of Osmus, Seaver.
I think a lot of people think it's going to come down to a two-horse race between Seaver and Schulman.
Yeah.
Any take on that, Ali?
Listen, anytime it comes to me having to choose anything in terms of favorability and Schulman's an option, that's my man.
That's your guy.
For sure.
Yeah,
And I think, just the fact that he picked up the bracelet this year, and are we 2 years removed from the one before it, or was it last year as well? He snatched one
last
up?
year, I believe, yeah.
I mean, there's a measure of consistency, 7 in total now for him. That's rarefied air, Let's definitely acknowledge what he's been able to accomplish. And if you would like to accomplish a trip to compete in a signature event at the end of the year, all you got to do is reach out to the folks at True Classic at trueclassictees.com/TCPokerGo and tell us your favorite poker story for a chance to win a shot at playing at the PokerGo studio. 15 winners are going to get a $5K package to compete in a signature event. Sign up today, trueclassictees.com/TCPokerGo. Take your shot. You got any good poker stories, Alex? Do you have a favorite poker story by chance?
Not that I can think of offhand. I mean, there's been so many funny conversations and moments over the years, but I guess not one that's just coming to mind.
I mean, you don't have like a good Jungle Man story?
You know, I haven't played that much with Jungle Man. We've played a bit online over the years. I actually played Jungle heads up back when he was just coming up in the game. We played 1-2 and 2-4 no limit against each other. That's dollars, not 100, 200. $1 and $2 no limit.
Did you deforest him?
No, he was admittedly one of the few opponents that I just felt had a huge advantage over me, and yet, of course, the degenerate in me wouldn't stop playing him.
I love it. A stubborn ego.
Yeah, you got to have a bit of that, I think, to make it in poker. You got to be willing to test yourself against the best, but I've perhaps taken it too far at times.
I think if you're going to have that, doing it at the $1, $2 level is probably the safest.
But that was a lot of money back then, you know,
Yeah,
Ali. Everything's
that's
relative.
fair.
This was maybe 2006, 2007.
Well, not a whole lot of hand here for either party as Gryko asking for $500,000 with 1.4 in the middle. And this limp pot, Broadway draw, and he takes
I
it.
thought I saw like a black card when you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll keep it low.
Should have told me that. I would have continued.
You cannot confirm or deny.
I was
if
at
have it.
100%, or I would have just called it out.
I know I had Jack 3-2 red.
Maybe I just need my eyes checked.
No, the other two could have been either. Could have been black, for sure. Probably, likely it's black.
Before we move past it, by the way, I didn't even mention the name Phil Galfond on that Hall of Fame list. I mean,
Yeah.
surely.
Certainly a pioneer of PLO. Not to mention what he's done in the business part of poker as well.
Do you think that there's a bit of recency bias in the voting committee, though? Kind of a what have you done for me lately?
Yeah,
you know,
it's
as Galfond
tough,
has
right?
sort of transitioned more into the business side of things with Run It Once and isn't really out here.
There's a bit of a
playing
WSOP
full slate.
bias, I think, too. Bracelets sort of
Sure. Yeah.
important.
Understandably.
As we look at these two hands,
Yeah, a little bit of kings and queens bias is en route here as Linde's 8s and 7s with diamonds limping the button. And they're going to get leaned on.
very practical limping choice from Dylan Linde here. A hand that, again, just wants to see a flop, doesn't want to raise and be forced to put in all the chips.
4x from Chidwick. Minces the ace-jack suited.
And just a clear call here from Linde with a hand that's going to be very, very easy to play post-flop. You flop a set or you don't pretty much, barring some other straight or flush combo draws.
Well, Linde does hang in there. Will enjoy the benefit of position and a set of eights on a Jack 9-8 2 club damp board texture.
Bit of a tricky one for Chidwick to navigate here. Stack to pot ratio about 1.5. You're not going to be thrilled when all the money goes in, but you do have those two queen blockers blocking some of Linde's strongest hands. This board in general is going to interact quite favorably with Linde's hand. We do see that he's pulled ahead with a set of eights.
What?
Chidwick does just elect to pot it here.
Trying to keep things uncomplicated, but of course, if we're dealing, especially with a little straight draw backup, which of course, as we can see, would be no good if the 10 came in, he's not stepping aside. Instead, he slathers another $4 million atop the 1.8 and 15.6 floods the purse. Chidwick looking to spoil the fun with a 10 queen or king here. Linde with heaps of equity though. 70-30 favorite with 2 to come. Chidwick found something filthy with a 4 on the end earlier. Such luck on this turn as you see the diamond draw removing some of what would have otherwise worked for Chidwick, who's down to 6 outs. 5 in actuality with the king of clubs removed. And for good measure, Linde morphs from a set of 8s to an 8 high flush, and he morphs up to 15.6 million.
5-8.
And boy, that really does shake things up on the PokerStars leaderboard, Alex. As we get a glimpse at it, all of a sudden a bit of a log jam up toward the top. Just 4 million and change separating first from third. No more breakaway clear-cut chip leader. And a real neck-and-neck fight between Linde, who's nosed into second ahead of Gryko, while Ding Biao continues to lurk. There are the payouts brought to you by Octopi Poker. 30 people cashed of the original 194. That min cash was good for 2x the buy-in, 100K, perhaps nothing more than a rebate if you double barreled in this bad boy.
$2.1 million for first Ali. Lots still on the line for these 4 players as we now have pretty close to a 3-way tie at the top. Chidwick still retaining a slight chip edge, but not looking to tangle with either of those second or third place stacks.
Well, believe it or not, even at this 50K price point, you can simply click a few buttons and get yourself into an event now, courtesy of the new WSOP Plus app, which is so well received by the players. Paying points being addressed, no more long queues. Instant gratification, all at your fingertips, along with event results and schedules.
Yeah, absolute game changer this year, Ali. One of the things I've noticed is that in the past, players might have been on the fence about firing that second bullet. You have to wait in that late reg line again. Now it just takes a couple clicks and you see people just shelling them in there. Even in that 25K PLO, a lot of people were in for 3 bullets. So the app has been a huge improvement to the player experience this year.
I feel like we should deploy it in freemium form, where those who pay a small stipend can unlock a small electrical shock on demand feature in the app. Take a beat, zap that seat. You know what I'm saying?
You've always been a two-tiered system kind of guy, haven't you?
Sure. You know.
No socialism coming out of your veins.
Middle class, what's that for? It's like that first ever Simpsons episode. Would you zap someone, Alex? Would you ever take a beat that would cause you to zap them? Low voltage?
It would depend more on the person rather than the beat that I took, yeah.
Well, you looked at me like you had someone in mind, like top of consciousness for a good zapping.
Nothing I can say on air, Ali, as you know.
It's never stopped me before, Alex.
As I know.
Don't feel like decorum is a mandate. You ever had someone that's held over you? You probably shouldn't say it.
I probably shouldn't say it. We should avoid certain things as we attempt to employ a modest level of decorum in this room.
That's the maximum that I will allow.
Certainly off of no sleep. I'm surprised you've made it this far without an episode, shall we say.
Well, Chidwick made it pretty far before being reined in by Linde. Now with just shy of 20 million, he'll take a pass. Gryko, ace queen 10-7, will take a swing. 1 million.
Kind of a cuspy, ugly little hand here from Linde. He does elect to just let it go. You notice, though, that the equities do run close in PLO. His hand didn't look very good, but he still had 46% heads up against that ace-queen 10-7. But a lot of very non-nutted equity. Difficult to realize sometimes out of position.
You know, when I do play PLO, it's in our mix. See, there's times where at Showdown, I look over and I really do need to adjust my vision just to realize, like, oh, you did take 3 to the face with that hand.
Yeah, but those are the players you want in your game. Don't give them any
not tapping on the glass. You know,
change things.
Just no more than 3 to 4 expletives generally hurled at them, along with at least 2 of my 4 cards.
Do you look at a hand like this, Ali, and start thinking of deuce to 7 triple draw?
1000%. not so much dings.
But the Badoogie here for Linde.
You really are itching. Have you played any cash this summer?
You know, I have not played any cash this summer.
Come on.
I might play tomorrow. I was looking at the schedule, and it's possible I take an off day tomorrow and play cash.
Okay.
With the PPC the following day.
There's plenty going on, by the way, in town. A lot of mixed games, including some very big ones happening in
So
the
I've
salon.
heard. Yeah, perhaps a little too
Not
big
a
for me. 4,000, 8,000 from what I hear.
That's crazy because we're talking a couple of decades ago when the likes of Chip Reese, Earl Brunson, Chao Jiang, Elia Lesra and company were rumbling in 4K, 8K mix in Bobby's room. Now we've come full circle, except we're doing it in the salon, which I got to tell you is even more of a.
Where is the salon,
exclusive
Ollie?
you know, I can't rope.
I see. It's a private area.
It's somewhere on the property.
Gotcha.
You know, not.
So is Bobby's
not the hair
room?
salon.
Is Bobby's room now being used for mid stakes, shall we say?
100, 200, no limit is
Okay.
in there. You know.
Yeah. As we see Linde picking up a very tempting hand on the button, double suited ace king 7-4. Definitely expect him to play this one.
Sure. You can ask this one out.
Does he come in for a raise? I think both options on the table, but certainly enough hand to want to raise.
Yeah.
Raise to 1 million.
So Linde booking the date. Gryko. Gonna defend here. Has spades. Jack 8-7 deuce. 2.6 in the middle and the joint. No waiting. 10-9-6 here for Gryko with a redraw. No diamond in hand. He checks it over to Linde. Does have that interfering 7, but really nothing else. Backdoor ambitions. Perhaps. Not a particularly attractive combination, one would imagine, for him to try to get after this pot, hence the check back. Now, third diamond on the turn. This is not what we wanted to see if we're Gryko, and the check back from Linde doesn't automatically remove some flushes, as he will be balanced in this situation. So Gryko proceeding with caution, knuckling once more. For those of you, by the way, that maybe are wondering why we are absent Alex Livingston's insightful musings, and I've been left alone in this cockpit. Nature called abruptly. Let's see whether or not Richard Gryko will be calling, as Linde asking questions of 7-8. So Gryko is going to hang in there for the extra 900. Pot growing to 4.4. 5 is uncomplicated. Let's see whether or not Linde will try to turn this one into a bluff. It really doesn't strike one as the holding that would seek to do such things beyond the presence of a 7. Lack of diamond is an issue.
Yeah, to some extent, unblocking all the pairs can be seen as a good thing, as some of the weakest hands that Gryko shows up with to this point would be the 2 pairs and sets. And you are close to the bottom of your range, but he does just give up without that diamond.
So a shutdown there. And Gryko hauling one in. Well, word has come down that a member of the Booth Brethren, Jeff Platt, has reason to celebrate, and Natalie Bodie is standing by with him for the details.
Okay.
I'm here alongside Jeff Platt, who you might know, who does the interviews, but he's actually still live in the Millionaire Maker tonight. How's it going?
Can you believe that, by the way? I'm still in?
No, I'm in disbelief.
Okay, thank you, Natalie, for the confidence boost there. I have like $1 million in chips after dinner break on day 2. They keep dealing me really, really good hands, and my opponent's just like okay hands, and we get the chips in, and I win, and somehow, some way, we're still alive with only 800 players left.
800, not very many. You're really getting down to the wire. It's a question that you've asked many people many times, but Jeff, I'm going to ask it to you. What would a World Series of Poker bracelet mean for you?
Well, you're asking me on day 2, Natalie, of a 5-day tournament. It is a great question, and one that you're right that I have used many times. It would, let's just say this, it would be very hard for me to put that into words. It's too hard to even think about. I don't even want to think about it right now. Let's just, can I be cliche right now and just say, let's take it one hand at a time.
Do you think it would close the gap a little bit between you and Brent Hanks?
I think, Natalie, that the gap's already closed, and it's probably been closed for a while. He does have that one bracelet. I think he won the 1998 PLO No Limit half and half with about 16 players in there. Okay, I do think the bracelet would kind of get me up there with Brent. That'd be kind of cool.
There you have it. Jeff Platt, thank you for the time.
Hey, you got it, Natalie.
Guys.
By the way, Jeff, a well-placed boot or heel or platform sneaker would also maybe get you up there with Natalie. There was a few inches separating them, an apple crate, something.
I did notice it, Ollie.
Meanwhile, let's take note of what is in progress here. Ace, Queen, Deuce, two club, board, 2 million in the middle. Road traveled was a Chidwick limp. Gryko limping. Ding checking back. You see Gryko with Ace Jack and clubs calling the 400K from Chidwick, who's got aces and deuces. Ding will step aside, and we're down to heads up between the two healthy stacks. Gryko actually a favorite despite technically being behind, and this is why. Finds a jack on the turn. This now gives him the lead. Not one that he's overly proud of as he checks it over to Chidwick once more. The 10 of spades working overtime for Chidwick toward Broadway.
And not a lot of reason for Chidwick to bet here. He's got some showdown value with the aces and deuces, but will be behind a fair bit. He just wants to check back and try to navigate away to showdown.
Check back there from Chidwick. 9 on the end. Not being employed by Gryko despite being present.
After Chidwick checks back a turn, Gryko's going to feel like he has the best hand a decent amount of the time here, but has to decide if it's worth going for a value bet or trying to check and perhaps pick off a bluff.
Do we like to set the price ourselves?
He does elect to check. I think it's between that and going for a small block bet. It actually starts to get a bit thin. The 9 did complete an extra straight, and it's just hard for Gryko to have too many natural bluffs in this spot, but I think some type of 1/3 pot bet would have been completely fine as well. Chidwick can still have some combos of better hands, by the way, that check back this turn. There's no guarantee that he bets all his aces up or even 3 queens.
So a shutdown there. Prudent turn and river play by both parties. Gryko the victor on this occasion.
Gryko appears to have multiple bracelets on his right arm. Not the type of bracelet they're looking to win.
No, also not like a med alert kind of thing. You know.
Right.
You know, veteran, but not quite ready for one of those. He describes, Gryko does, Omaha as a, quote, volatile game. Money can move quickly. Having a specific strategy can change in an instant. So you better have your foot at the ready, on the clutch, prepared to choose a different gear as the landscape shifts perpetually around you. Chidwick lets the clutch out. million. The Broadway 3-diamond rundown.
And I like this choice of using the 2.5x open size as the stacks start to deepen a little bit between these top 3 stacks.
Three Broadway cards and spades for Linde with the 5 dangler. He'll dig in. Stevie surveys. Well, spades right away here on a 10-7-5 board for Linde. Top pair for Chidwick. Backdoor diamond action. 10. Yeah, 10s ahead, just 5s. The connection beyond the flush draw there for Linde.
Pretty much a stone flip, and Chidwick has a pretty nice hand to check back with the backdoor flush draw, absorbing equity pretty well, not really wanting to play a big pot on this flop if you do face check raise. And look at this turn, Ollie. Really an action turn card here. Linde turning 2 pair and Chidwick turning this Broadway wrap plus nut flush draw, blocking his own royal flush possibilities, but still drawing to the straight flush on the 9 of diamonds.
$2.6 million in the middle. The turn does beckon action. Linde not interested, however. You surprised by that decision with kings up?
I think
spades?
you can go either way. He has the type of hand that perhaps wants to just check and pick off some bluffs from Chidwick, where you have a hand that doesn't necessarily want to put 11 million in right now on this turn. You can actually be quite dominated.
1.7.
Having said that, if he thinks that Chidwick is capable of going for some mergey type value bets in this spot, his hand is actually a decent check raise semi-bluff candidate. You're really not that worried about sets, given that Chidwick checked back the flop. Only a set of kings, I guess, and perhaps some really strong board-crushing sets of 10s. So kind of an interesting spot for Linde here. He does have a decent amount of equity against almost anything. But his hand also has perfectly fine playability in the call line, so.
Well, at 1.7 into 2.6, doesn't feel like we're going to have an appetite for trying to flood this one with chips. Again, governed in part by that stack of Ding Biao and that pay ladder, the ICM. Kind of caging.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting here, Ali, because if you think that Chidwick's going to bet a lot of kind of mergey hands, some ace-ace-king type stuff that are going to be bet folding, and they might even be bet folding some decent amount of equity, you kind of have a reasonable candidate to call. But as you alluded to, he does just take the more conservative option.
Board pairing 7 on the end.
Very interesting here, as Linde's 2-pair has been counterfeit.
Yeah.
Does Chidwick want to turn his hand into a bluff, or does he think he has enough showdown value with the ace-10?
Well, we're about to find out, as Linde does check over to Stevie.
You definitely have some showdown value here, as Linde can have some draws that just contain a 10, or perhaps not even any pair. Some Jack-Jack 9-8s, things like that. Sorry, some Jack 9-9-8s, I should say, if you have the ace-10. But at the same time, he is going to have a lot of hands like the one he has.
Well, he's not particularly confident that ace-10 is going to be ridden to glory here.
And then the question also is sizing. Would Stevie bet aces on this river? And if he did, what size would he choose? He probably wouldn't just pot them. Does he want to just represent kings full and go for a big size, or some 7x combo draws?
I mean, he can sort of safely remove the 7x from Dylan's range, can he not?
Well, again, Dylan can have some like Jack 9-8-7. Stevie does go for it here.
Yes, he does.
So Linde's got some things working for him and some things working against him.
Walk us through it.
The king is obviously good, blocking one of Chidwick's primary value combos in king-king. The 5 is also a little bit good just because it interferes with some full houses. At the same time, you know that Stevie bet the turn with something, so you don't necessarily want to have the queen and jack of spades, which are combo draws that Stevie could have bet the turn with. It's really nice, though, that you don't have diamonds, because Stevie checked back the flop and then bet the turn on the king of diamonds. So you really want Stevie to have diamonds in his hand. It's kind of an interesting spot. You also have to wonder how wide can Stevie be for this sizing on the river? Is Stevie betting all of his ace-ace combos or ace-king combos, king-10 combos, stuff like that you're losing to? If he's value betting all of those, it starts to become a little bit concerning. You got to figure out where Stevie's pulling his bluffs from.
Yeah, just how thin would the value be is the primary consideration. And look at Dylan, unsure. He decides
and he goes all in, and I didn't
just
even consider this as an option, Ali. He's turning his king-queen into a bluff here. In this case, Chidwick had just ace-10, but he's trying to get Chidwick off of aces or maybe just a 7 using his full house blockers. Something I should have mentioned as a possibility, but was sort of caught up thinking if he had a good bluff catcher or not.
So summoning the courage and the moxie is Dylan Linde. And in the process, he has summoned the chip lead as we look at the PokerStars leaderboard. Just 100K, but a lead nevertheless for the American ahead of the Brit, Gryko. As Chidwick reels down to 12.25 million, and third, Ding Biao spectating south of 7 million as the hardware and the 2.1 continue to look for a home here Sunday evening in Las Vegas.
And I think, you know, probably the most interesting hand of the tournament there so far, Ali. That hand could have been played differently at both junctures by both players.
Sure.
And kind of a cool example of a spot where Dylan had all 3 options on the table, and you do see this in PLO sometimes. He had the option to call. He can beat some bluffs like the one that Chidwick had. He had the option to fold, and he also had the option to turn his hand into a bluff and go all in, targeting those ace-ace thin value bets, some ace-king bets, some 7x bets, and representing something as strong as king's full. So nicely done by Dylan, taking advantage of column 3, finding that bluff check raise. Even though he had the best hand in this case, he would have definitely put some pressure on stronger holdings.
Yeah, there's nothing more demoralizing than when you bluff catch and you get shown the thin value you know would not have been able to fade the heat.
That's right, and he did have a nice candidate blocking some full houses there with both the king and the 5. The 5 not as relevant as if he'd had, for instance, king 10, but still part of the picture.
Yeah, better than average dangler. Ding Biao with the raise and take.
So all of a sudden, a 2-man race at the top between Richard Gryko and Dylan Linde. Chidwick's going to be the one feeling the ICM pressure now, as we've seen a lot of fluctuation in all of these stacks.
Yeah. By the way, Chidwick's a thoroughbred. Don't count him out just because he's third coming around the back stretch.
No, and we talked about it before, how he's going to simply adjust to his new position without any of that emotional attachment that you see some weaker players employing.
Yeah, I can't ever recall.
Yeah. No, I was seeing if he's come off with it.
Any measure of visible frustration or emotion associated with the outcome of a hand, or anything at the table for that matter that was poker related from Chidwick, including that insane spot that he got placed in due to kind of a out of action situation, out of turn, where Juan Pardo at Triton at a featured table with 2 kings was able to fold pre-flop.
JNT was part of the picture.
JNT, Jean-Noel Torel with aces. If you don't know the hand that we're referencing, by the way, look it up. Jean-Noel Torel, Juan Pardo, Jungleman, and Chidwick.
By the way, look at this ISO raise out of the big blind from Richard Gryko. Really trying to exert pressure as the big stack covering Chidwick. Taking a garbage hand. This is a bit out of the No Limit Hold'em playbook, where you'll see some players raising their junky hands out of the big blind, just looking for immediate fold equity. You don't see it as much in PLO because of the call frequency from the limper out of the small blind. But given these ICM implications, I think that's what he's going for here.
Ace, king, king with a couple of diamonds. That trashy Badugi ace 10, a3 is actually in front of Chidwick, who has the 6 kicker but has diamonds working. 2-8 in the middle, and Gryko going to continue to tell a tale.
probably a board that Gryko can bet at a very high frequency. Although Chidwick's limp calling range is going to be stronger than normal given these stack distributions. He's going to fold some of the more marginal hands and also play some more limp folds.
This 700,000 isn't going to get the job done, as Chidwick does call. Slightly better than the 3-2 dog. 2 to come. Doesn't find the diamond he sought.
Check.
Does pick up, however, the nut heart draw. Checking over to Gryko. When we do encounter a hand that limp called our raise and then stuck around in the face of the follow through on this texture, we do have some concerns. Not compulsory for Chidwick to announce King X on that flop, so it does go check, check, and now the diamonds roll in. Not exactly a big rock in terms of carat weight with the 5 high, but still a diamond flush nevertheless.
With such a weak flush and probably wanting to play somewhat passively in this spot in general, definitely wouldn't be surprised to see Chidwick just go for a check here.
Yeah, as flushes go, I would say this is more like SI2, H clarity, maybe not even GIA rated.
And Gryko probably knows he's not going to win this hand if he checks. It's very unlikely that Chidwick check called the flop with something worse than an ace, and he has such a bad kicker, and flushes come in along with the king, of course, being ahead of him. So does he want to turn this hand into a bluff? He likes not to.
Understandably releasing. And on that note, we will head to our first break, and presumably Stevie will join the other three, although his bones appear to be parked in place. One would hope he'll take advantage of an opportunity to go and freshen up, as we will here in the booth, and you should as well. Just about 5 minutes, and then we'll be back with continuing coverage of the 50K Pot-Limit Omaha final table from here in Vegas. Keep it close.
NAPT is back this November, my babies.
This is going to be such an amazing event back in fabulous Las Vegas. I had such an amazing time at the NAPT last year. It was one of my favorite events.
Stay up to date through the PokerStars channels.
Come play with us this November.
I'll see you in Las Vegas.
Be there.
And then some, if you were to take it down here today, but plenty of work to do between now and then as we rack it back up.
I couldn't quite tell if Kwan Lau was getting a little disgruntled about something there, perhaps something involving Ding Biao. Something to keep an eye on, perhaps, Ali.
Perhaps the overstated nature of Ding's hoodie versus Lau's he's finding offensive, or probably not that?
Unsure.
That was generous. You're very sure that it isn't that.
And we will see how much Richard Gryko looks to exert his chip lead. I do think we're going to see him coming in with some raises that he wouldn't make with another stack. A lot of the time with that ace blocker, he did pass on the ace 9-5-4 try suited to the 9, a very weak holding there.
First involvement now from Manuel Stojanovic, coming in the form of a limp here. And if the name Gerritse isn't familiar and the avatar isn't familiar, perhaps if I refer to this man from the Netherlands as Benny Vidi, you'll know who I'm talking about. An absolute monster of the online Pot-Limit Omaha streets.
Famously engaged in a challenge with Phil Galfond, and if I remember correctly, came extremely close to winning that challenge before Phil made quite an epic comeback. And off of 11 big blinds here, Ali, I really do just expect to see a pot-sized open over this limp of Stojanovic.
He is the shortest stack, and in some ways he is relieved of pressure.
How much?
given that reality.
1.125.
The limp, by the way, is something you're going to see a lot more of in PLO tournaments than you will in no-limit tournaments. Equities run close, and players want to realize those equities. A lot of hands that might have to raise fold are able to limp call, so you will see players employing this strategy.
Are you calling money? I'm calling.
Call. 你们底下能
1125.
看到我们底牌吗？
Stojanovic, by the way, unclear what he's got. What is clear is that he is willing to limp and call the pot size raise from Dirk. So all of a sudden, just shy of 3 million in the middle as we prepare to look up at a flop. Little accounting going to get done first. Very pretty hand here for Gerritse. Spade in the window is lovely, and when accompanied by another, it produces a nut flush draw, along with a gut shot. And yet it is Stojanovic who is speaking first, jamming into Dirk. He will snap. Didn't pot it pre to get this much equity and then walk away. Everybody on their feet looking up eagerly at what is produced. Drum roll on Stoyanovic's kit, by the way, as the RFID did not scan it. Ace 10, 8-7. He flopped the nuts.
And I think a very reasonable limp choice here, Ali. A hand that really wants to see a flop but doesn't necessarily want to raise and face a 3-bet.
In particular, those suited aces are very appealing in PLO. Want to play hands that produce the nuts, cards that interact well with one another.
Gerritse would rather have only, sorry, I thought he had 3 spades in his hand. I was going to say he'd rather have 2. He does have 2. Get 46% here.
Yeah, he needs a third on the board, though, and instead on the turn, it's a jack. Note that Stojanovic has picked up the nut flush draw. Doesn't need it. Gerritse still with 30% equity as he tries to keep his seat here. It's going to take a spade. King or an 8 would have worked as well. Instead, it's the deuce of diamonds, and I got to tell you, Alex, that is a whole lot of roadblock being cleared from the path to victory here at this FT. Would appear there.
And I noticed also in the 25K PLO, Ali, the rail was rather quiet. So haven't seen some of the rails we've seen in previous years this year. Maybe we need to get a Brazilian at the final table or something like that to really get one of those big rails.
Surely when the Brazilians are present, we know things will get raucous.
Yeah, I think they're the #1 for, you know, supporting their country at the WSOP historically.
Listen, the Dutchies know how to get it done too, although, you know, maybe they're all making deep runs in other events right now, so they're a little bit occupied.
Right, as we look at Stojanovic, another limp candidate in my opinion.
He agrees.
Kind of the quintessential type of hand that doesn't want to raise and face a 3-bet from an aces or kings type hand, but can limp and happily call. Plays well multi-way.
Double suited hand into the bin. Welcome back, where the field has been paired in half in the 50K Pot-Limit Omaha here at the World Series of Poker, where 8 began the journey and only 4 remain. 3 7-figure payouts with a very healthy 713K on tab. Ali Najad and Alex Livingston, joined by Natalie Bodie, bringing you coverage of this one. Look at the tournament summary, brought to you by Oats Overnight. Winning is easier with 20 grams of protein. Please shake responsibly. As you look at the 194 entries responsible for the 9.2 million in total prize pool, 2.1 up top. Who will claim that along with a bracelet? TBD. It should wrap up here tonight, especially with the merciless ascent of the blinds. Level 28 now upon us, 250,500. With a $500,000 big blind ante, 1.25 in orbit, the price of poker. We resume things with a double suited trashy one for Linde into the muck. 7 Badugi for Chidwick also right behind it.
Double.
What was that from Ding Biao? Did you clock it?
It sounded like bubble, but
it did sound like. It wasn't Drugel by chance, was it?
No, I don't think so.
You never raise.
He says now you never raise to Gryko.
Go.
Limp and check back, bringing us to a 2-club, 2-king, and a jack board.
Check.
Gryko with a wrap of the tricep, indicating check.
Check.
Check back there from the mystery holding for Ding Biao. Very divorced deuce of diamonds on the turn.
A divorced deuce of diamonds. I don't think I've heard that adjective used in the booth before, Ali.
You know, 2.5 decades into this, I'm reaching.
I like it.
You'll allow it? Well, here
I'll allow
we find a gut shot straight flush draw for Ding Biao, having to contend with the $500,000 lead.
He does induce a bet from a hand that has no equity or real playability out of Gryko, just hoping to take it down against air. Hoping for an air against air matchup. And wow, look at this. Ding just folds the straight flush draw on the paired board.
I mean, one of the other upshots, though, of flatting is you get to see whether or not Gryko has continued interest on the river. You're not exactly forced to get there. However, conservative approaches and procedures being furnished.
I had a
As we
jack.
look at the chip denominations there, brought to you by True Classic, quarters, hundies, half millies, all at work.
Tequila for you three.
Later.
Oh.
Looks like Chidwick has chosen to limp in, and everyone has chosen not to scan their cards.
Option.
With the exception of Linde. 8 Badoogie, by the way, as the deck runs rich.
Stone premium.
With Badoogies, yeah. Convertible 8 if need be.
True. Never fun when you have to break the 8 off.
No. And truth be told, you never have to break the
True.
8.
It's tough.
Depends who you're up against. King, Queen, Tray here. Nothing more than bottom pair on the burner for Linde.
Check.
Not exactly a man-witch meal.
$500,000.
Chidwick asking questions and taking it down. Now, Alex, you're kind of a healthy guy, right?
Try to be.
So what do we owe the presence of these crinkle fries, then?
Well, they're pretty stale, Ali. Do you want to try one?
No. No, I'm good. And you're going to be good, too. If you bother heading over to the PokerStars YouTube channel to soak up the second season of the award-winning PokerStars Big Game, which drops new episodes every Saturday. It's high-stakes cash action filmed back in 2024 at NAPT Las Vegas with Loose Cannon Jordan Handrick taking on Jennifer Tilly, Sam Grafton, Andre Akari, Griffin Benger, and soccer star Gerard Piqué. It is a little bit ironic that a soccer star's last name is actually pronounced Piqué, which is an abbreviation for penalty kick.
True. There's also a PK first name player in the NHL, I think retired now, PK Subban.
I remember him. Doesn't he do some commentary now?
I think he does commentary.
Yeah. Producer Jackie stepping in to advise something that I confess under no circumstances would I have known. It's a ballet move. Producer Jackie, you did ballet?
That's it.
She says yes. This would explain her impeccable posture, by the way. So I realize that's something no one can observe and perhaps no one has any interest in. Self-indulgence is kind of my forte out here. Apologies. Refocusing on the poker, albeit not permanently. King 10, 5, 2 diamonds here.
Check.
Pair of 10s versus gutter and a pair of 9s. Linde. Knuckles over. This one was limped pre. Blind versus blind. Back from Chidwick, bringing a third diamond and second king to the board. I suppose it's not the worst development for Dylan. Yes, however, check it. Over to Chidwick. Kind of one of these hands that doesn't feel like it needs to bet right now.
A little bit of showdown value.
Yeah. Knuckle back there. Fourth diamond is cozy. More so than just 3 diamonds on board.
Certainly this one might just check down, Ali. Both players figuring they can win some amount of the time.
And of course, as we can see, Linde the winner. If it does go check, check.
Chidwick also no diamond in hand. Linde just the dangling deuce.
Check. And check, showing. Please. Tens and kings.
So, not one that's going to make the highlight reel there. That's all right. Linde able to show down the 10 for the winner. Dylan not only has a nice little trophy case, as we see the breakdown brought to you by PokerGO, but also is an author of Mastering Mixed Games. Now, does that kind of adverb conjugation suggest that this is some sort of autobiographical in progress kind of thing? Or is it, you know, more we've done the mastering and now we're sharing the mastery with you? You know what I mean?
I think it's encouraging the reader to master the mixed games.
Right, but you know, hold my hand. That's why I got the book, Dylan. You
right.
know? I'd like to think that you are the master and I am the student, and you're going to show me how to snatch the pebble. Wow. Nobody looking to snatch the blinds. Limp check back from Chidwick.
Interesting flop here, Ali. Chidwick has the naked ace of spades. Gryko has a flush. Things could get interesting. Excuse me.
Yeah, this is a well-dressed 9-5 versus the disrobed ace on the monotone board texture.
10 seconds.
Chidwick could get frisky. And it looks like he's going to do so in the form of a lead. Is this 2/3? No, 1/3. Single chip.
Just a question of how far he wants to take this. Note that he doesn't have the nuts, as 10-9 of spades is a possibility, and perhaps even some flushes that contain the 10 or the 9 might be more likely to call down. Potentially even bluff raise. You do see it on occasion, repping the straight flush, using the straight flush blockers.
4 hearts rolling off in foul territory.
Unblocking pairs perhaps nice for Chidwick, as some of Gryko's weaker floats will contain 2 pairs.
That's 750,000.
He goes for just a small bet here, perhaps looking to bet big on the river, or in fact just shut it down. Gryko will also have some weaker peels, just facing that min bet on the flop.
Note, by the way, that 9 high flush is actually deceptively strong, given the presence of both the queen and the jack of spades on the board.
Yeah, nothing to do but call here from Gryko.
Yeah, really frozen by the line taken by Chidwick, who has to be asking himself whether or not 2 pair would be flatting here on this turn, is once again an irrelevant development, this time in the form of a 6 of diamonds, coming off the stub, 4 million in the middle, and Will Chidwick bulldoze? He's got a set. You know, I called it irrelevant, but I suppose there is some measure of relevance. I don't know. A set of sixes doesn't feel like it's getting the job done against a lot of the range that would be sticking around.
You
right?
do pick up some showdown value, though, against those two pair holdings, especially given how small Chidwick bet on the flop and the turn. I think you pick up enough showdown value that perhaps you're just content to check this back. I mean, Gryko can even peel with some, he could potentially even peel with just like king, queen, 10 combinations with a spade, potentially looking to bluff himself or just looking to show down if he makes his straight.
So the sizes, having retained some hands that the sixes performed decently against, Chidwick electing not to put the dry ace to work.
Exactly. Certainly, I think all the flop two pairs would have made it to this point in the hand.
Now, does Gryko open the action here and pursue value? Are there traps ever?
It's a little tricky, and if he does, it does open the door, of course, for Chidwick to go for a check raise.
Oh, wow. 2.1 into 4 million, Alex. We know that Chidwick does not lack the heart necessary to do something very uncomfortable if you're Gryko.
No, although again, without a straight flush blocker, it's a little bit different of a situation than if that 8 of spades was the 4 of spades and the 8 of, you know, if you reverse the spades and hearts in that situation.
Right, the dry ace not quite
as powerful as it is in other situations, both because Gryko could have a straight flush, however unlikely, and also because he could potentially just want to call down more often with the straight flush
Forgive
blocker.
the interruption, Alex. I know you're focused on the poker. I'm looking up in the negative space, and I believe a shoeless and you know, quite comfortable patron appears to have parked both feet up on the rail there, center screen at the top, as you see Chidwick come with the check pot. And boy, thought maybe it would be those feet that were smelling funky, but instead it's the line from Chidwick.
And Ali, when you bet something like the third nut flush, or the fourth nut flush rather, as Gryko on the river, and you face this pot-sized raise from Stephen Chidwick, you are just instantly regretting having made that bet. Because you know that this is an option. You know that this is not a guy that you can just always pursue thin value against because he's going to put you to the test. He's not going to do as much calling. He's going to do some more folding and raising than you might expect a more straightforward opponent. And especially when Chidwick has bet both flop and turn, it is credible that he could go for a check raise on the end with a nut flush if he thinks his opponent will be in need of pursuing value. It's easy to say now, but it's a little questionable whether or not Gryko should have gone for this thin value, given the line of his opponent on the first two streets, somewhat polarizing himself, perhaps.
Well, not unlike that drunken text late on a Friday night to your toxic ex.
An apt analogy.
Wishing he could command Z his way out of this one. Undo not available. The other thing, though, is game recognized game. Gryko knows Chidwick could be trying to stick him in a blender here with something like a dry ace. And that's what makes this challenging. Sure, the real deal could be lurking, but with some frequency, as evidenced by what we see on our screen, this is a golden opportunity for Gryko to pick one off.
Absolutely, but you can see the genuine hesitation and uncertainty on Gryko's face. It's not as if he made this bet to induce a raise from Chidwick.
No, of course not. Just 2 million back, by the way, makes it difficult because you can't all of a sudden try to ride the 9 of spades dryly to glory. You know, 2 million back, you just don't imagine the man is letting go.
I mean,
I don't know.
Would be an epic rebluff. But of course, Chidwick could just have the ace-10 of spades and then, you know.
Sure.
Nice hand serve.
Right, the blocker.
I don't think in practice you're going to see the nut ace-high flush raise fold with 2 million behind, but it'd be quite the move. And look, Gryko does elect to fold.
Well, take a bow, Stephen Chidwick, as you risk leaving yourself with no more than 2 million in chips, leveraging the dry ace and taking advantage of Gryko's inability to resist the temptation of value betting that 9-high spade. It all comes together for Stephen Chidwick in a very meaty pot sent across the felt.
by Gryko, and you can see him physically discombobulated in the moment.
Just an example of how difficult it is to play against a world-class player like Stephen Chidwick when you know that that move is on the table.
This dude is so nasty. You know, I confess that given I've had the privilege of commentating on Chidwick with great frequency over the better part of the last few years, I can be guilty of some desensitization to some of these sorts of procedures. But make no mistake, it may appear on some level straightforward to you, but if you park your bones in there with 2.1 million up top, Ding Biao's little stack sitting there, 300K pay ladder on tap, that move is nowhere near as easy to pull off as Chidwick made it look right there. This move, though, from Linde, quite easy and quite fruitful, as the aces with spades opened to 1.3 and they found kings as a customer. Gryko, wounded but still sitting 14 million, has a suited ace in the small with some reach.
And right you are, Ali. It certainly takes some cojones to actually pull that move off in real time with all this money on the line. That's what separates players like Stephen Chidwick from a lot of other players, is he's just going to make what he believes to be the right move in the right moment and not let the stage get to him at all.
100%. Note, by the way, that Gryko does bow out of this one with that flat on the button from Chidwick in front of him. 3-8-5 in the middle. 9-6 tray, rainbow.
And a nice flop here for perhaps Stephen Chidwick to represent something down the road. He does have that front door gutter. Difficult spot for Linde. It's just the SPR is a little too much to want to pot and go with it, in my opinion. Although it is close. In a cash game, SPR 4 on a board like this, you might just pot and go with it. But here in a tournament situation, I think he's going to want to employ a little caution. And his hand has some trouble realizing its equity. He does have backdoor nut spades.
Linde going to proceed with some caution here, even though you don't imagine that this board texture is the type that's going to be of much utility to the flatting range of Chidwick on the button. Alex, this is not trappiness, this is just some pot control from the aces?
Yeah, just a little bit of caution, out of position.
No more caution required once the ace rolls off. You've got the nuts as it stands. If you're Dylan Linde, backdoor hearts have arrived as a draw. Let's see after the Chidwick check back whether or not Linde wants to try to draw the curtain, which very much feels available. Versus kings with no heart in hand and nothing more than that gutter you mentioned.
1.9.
1.9.
Half pot, the selected sizing.
And Chidwick here, just not enough equity to continue with just the gutter and the pair of kings. He'll get here with a lot of stronger hands, ace-X hands, hands with hearts in them.
10 seconds.
Looks like we've got a lone Dylan Linde advocate.
Little laugh drawn from Dylan there as he scoops this one in.
Let's get a quick peek at the tournament update brought to you by Splash Sports. Average stack at present, 14.5 million. Good for 29 bigs. Well, those stacks are distributed unfairly if you're Ding Biao, who's nursing 11 bigs right now. He's just been lurking, waiting for an opportunity to double through someone. On the back end of a pot such as the one that Gryko was forced through by Chidwick not long ago, do you find yourself needing to actively condition your mind away from dwelling upon the exchange and look out of the windshield, not into the rear view?
I think it can be very difficult, and I think that is one of the things that makes tournament poker in particular, so challenging, because you have these moments where you're fairly sure you either made an error or just were forced into a very difficult decision, but you really need to do everything in your power to reset your mind and focus on the task at hand.
Well, focused upon top set is Linde with an ace of clubs as potentially leverageable asset.
Yeah, interesting flop for Linde because he has no additional equity with his top set, even blocking his own full house outs, but he does have that ace of clubs working.
And he's going to come right out with 600 into Gryko, who's got a 7 in a gutter but no club in hand.
I think a clear call in position for Gryko with middle pair and a nut gutter.
He agrees. 1.2 million into the purse. Now, the third club is an inconvenient presence for both parties.
Yeah, this is where it gets really interesting for Dylan. Does he want to use that ace of clubs to actually try to generate some folds against hands like straights, also retaining a little bit of full house equity on rivers? Or does he want to just take his showdown value and check and call here? He's basically between check, call, and bet, and even check raise is an option.
1.1. 1.1.
That's 1.1 million.
The nice thing about this bet is that it can actually get some straights with no club in their hand or no full house outs to just fold immediately.
Especially because it's credible for Dylan to have led out with some flush combos and then follow through with those flushes here on this turn.
Very much so, and you know, he was quite a bit ahead of Gryko's exact hand, but nice little pickup there from Dylan nonetheless.
Yeah, never drawn dead against a flush either, let alone a straight. With that set was Dylan. Yes. Well, Play Poker Go is where the action never stops. Jump into free online poker with real competition and zero risk. Grind the ring games, run deep in tournaments, and spin the wheel of gain in the brand new no gamble, no future sit and goes. No deposits, no bots, no gimmicks, just pure, authentic poker. Play now at playpokergo.com, available on web, iOS, and Android.
$1.2.
Raised to 1.2.
Gryko takes us upstairs. Legitimate motivations. With ace, king, 5 tray and clubs. Breezy king, 5 tray, deuce. Badoogie finds the bin for Chidwick.
Ace of clubs. Somehow none of the deuces turned over. Nope. At all 4. Sorry.
I mean, if you get 4 deuces, you're honor bound to try to take the pot, I think.
Linde.
Yeah.
Exploring PLO glory etiquette. Is that jade, by the way, Alex? You know, I'm not suggesting that you're some gemstone expert, but you did point out the bracelets on Gryko. You know, it does feel like jade.
Certainly not my area of expertise, Ali.
Because I know ivory is banned. I think jade is still in bounds, though.
I'll revert to you on such subjects.
I mean, I confess, and I don't want to profile here, though, if we had like a trivia question, like whose wrist is this out of the final 4? Given the jade,
Raised to 1.2 million.
you know, I would be leaning Ding Biao in that situation. You know, jade famously adorned by Scotty Wynn.
Okay.
Back in the day, you know, the Buddha, the big jade Buddha.
Yeah.
Big ace 10-9-8 with hearts here.
Kind of an unappetizing hand from Gryko, but he does elect to peel given the price. We saw Dylan Linde fold a very similar hand to this earlier.
Open ender on the queen 9-6 board. That's the yield for Gryko.
Double gutter for Linde with that pair, yeah.
Not a bad harvest for the button opener.
Linde just has to decide, do I want to bet here and face the possibility of a check raise? And I think he decides ultimately no, not quite enough hands, so he does elect to check back.
And the check back obviously does provide the added benefit of representing, even absent something like the ace, this card on the turn. As we can see on this occasion, though, it is present in hand, aces and nines. Note that Gryko picked up a diamond draw. Things could get interesting.
Right. On the one hand, Gryko with an open-ender, a flush draw, and just a pair of fours, you would be compelled to want to bluff here, but that ace in particular, just such a big part of Linde's range after flop goes check, check, that he defers to the more passive line here.
That's 1.7 million.
A little north of half pot, the selected sizing from the aces up with the double gutter. Gryko. Daily straight draw and diamonds.
And just not quite enough hand that I think he wants to go for the big check raise here, just because of how bad of shape he'll be in against Dylan's strong hands, but he does go for it.
No guts, no glory.
And now a really interesting spot for Dylan Linde with top and third pair plus a double gutter.
Well, how safely can we remove ace-queen from Gryko's line?
Well, those hands can definitely be in there, as can sets. Checking the turn with these intentions on such a draw-heavy board. It's not like all the ace-queens would have just 3-bet pre-flop. Really interesting spot. Against hands like this, of course, Linde is the favorite. It's just a question of, this is probably one of the weaker combo draws Gryko could expect to show up with here. I was thinking that if Gryko had something like Jack 10-8 with diamonds, he would go for this move. And against that hand, you're going to be a lot closer to flipping than you are here against the Jack 10-4-4. And Ali looks like he's going for just a call here. The idea being that perhaps he can get away on some of the absolute worst rivers. The river is a king of diamonds, for instance.
Right, sure.
Can he just get away?
He does unblock diamonds, which is important. Gryko with a good chunk of equity, but the 5 of clubs only completing the 7-8, which could, of course, be a part of some sort of combo semi-bluff.
Yeah, now this
on
is
the
a
turn.
Really uncomfortable spot for Richard Gryko. The pot is enormous. You're getting a great price to bluff off your last 3.8 million.
All you have are fours with 20 million in the middle. SPR is absurd.
Check.
And so Gryko does shut down, and Linde happily checking back, and he is going to haul in a huge one.
And I think Gryko just recognizing that the only hands he can get to fold are similar ones to the ones he has, like a King Jack 10 with diamonds, so he does just give up on the bluff.
Well, normally a haul like that involves high fives from your friends and a Polaroid while you grab it by the tail on the dock. An absolute whopper of a pot for Dylan Linde, who went fishing. It was Richard Gryko who failed to come up with a catch, and in doing so, now in the abyss, 3.8 short stack. Ding Biao finally able to look down and see someone beneath him on the leaderboard as his patience has been rewarded. But the real reward now belongs to Dylan Linde, who can leverage the 2 shorter stacks, throw the shackles onto Chidwick, and maybe go to work with the Warhammer. King 8-6 tray, however, not going to be the one. Chidwick going to bow out and offer an opportunity for Gryko and Ding Biao to cannibalize each other.
1.5 million.
Northbound is where Gryko's taken us. This is a very healthy commitment pre. Ding Biao's here for it with hearts. The coordination of Queen Jack 9. Got shot straight draw on the 10-7 deuce board for Ding Biao. Top pair
All in.
for Gryko, and he doesn't waste any time. Rips in the 2-3.
Just the gutter and the overcards for Ding Biao. Does he want to risk most of the rest of his stack here.
Does wrap around that 10.
The price is pretty reasonable.
Asking for the count.
You'd really rather just have a little more going on here. Backdoor flush draw would help, of course.
Boy, you can see the struggle. Ding Biao knows how valuable it would be to just dispatch Gryko, realize the pay jump, give his stack a boost. But in the end, he decides to step aside, and Gryko will begin the long journey back up to his high water mark at the expense of Ding Biao.
Gryko was our start of day chip leader, but the stacks have fluctuated quite a bit.
Payouts have ascended quite a bit as well, as Veni Vidi, Dirk Gerritse was the first casualty of coverage today, 228, and yet we find ourselves at 713K and change before we unlock the 7-figure paydays. That glimpse brought to you by Octopi Poker. Serviceable double suited. Ace Queen 7-4 here for Chidwick.
Perhaps Chidwick's only concern here is opening into that big blind of Dylan Linde, and he does elect to limp.
Ooh, kings with Queen Jack for Dylan. Plus spades in the big.
10 seconds.
Will he impose tariffs?
Yeah, I think even without these stack considerations, his hand just wants to ISO the limper. Even more so here.
Yeah, no pause button on these taxes.
And even though we have to play a bit tight with the ICM considerations, in position, double suited, I think Chidwick just is going to want to peel this hand and see what develops.
The limp was never with the intention of being evicted from the premises. 1.25 million more to remain intact as the pot grows to 4.25 million. 2 sixes and a queen. Dry board texture here. Chidwick could find himself in a bit of trouble. A couple of back doors towards flushes. The 7-4 interacting with the sixes. Yet it is the kings with a queen blocker on whom the action rests with the betting lead.
10 seconds.
Not supposed to be a ton of 6x in Chidwick's range.
No, I think betting most of our range for a small size here makes a decent amount of sense. And just too much hand to fold here as Chidwick, top pair, top kicker with all the back doors.
So the pot rates to grow up to 685. Made official by Chidwick's choice to tear one off here, understandably. And he finds the ace on the turn to down the kings. Top two, no flush draw to deal with. Linde has found a Broadway gutter. But this is not the card he was looking for, and he has some concerns about the flat.
He does. I think if you're Linde, one thing you're actually considering here is triple barreling and trying to get Stevie to fold some 6x combos, since you're going to have some queen, queen, and ace, ace as part of your range.
Oh boy, a briskly deployed turn barrel here.
Stevie's ace queen is actually a better bluff catcher to call down on 2 more streets than just a naked 6 might be, blocking those upper end full houses that are the most likely value hands for Linde to have.
Well, the speed of this turn barrel from Linde not quite as noteworthy as the sizing, which is 1.8.
I'm a little surprised he went this small, just because it doesn't allow you to put Stevie all in on the river if you are trying to turn your hand into a triple barrel, although it allows you to put most of his stack in on the river.
Chidwick content to flat and do so quite quickly, and a 10 from the heavens parks itself on the river, giving Linde Broadway.
Super interesting spot now for Linde, where perhaps he was going to shut down on the river, but you know, somewhat likely he was going to go for a big triple barrel. Now you actually have a hand that kind of wants to value bet, and the question is, what do you do for sizing? All of your intentions have changed now.
Do you want to ensure that you don't end up stuck in a blender by Stevie by barreling at this one?
It's tricky because Stevie can put you in a blender no matter what you do. If you check, he can pot it. If you bet small, he can go all in over the top.
Pot. Oh, and Linde's just going to try to make things very straightforward for himself as he declares pot. And now, if you're Chidwick, you block aces full and queens full. You don't expect that tens full would appear with much frequency. A 6 is not supposed to be doing this, or even present. So what's going on?
Yeah, like just for the same reasons that Chidwick had a decent bluff catcher on the turn, the river changes things to some extent.
What do you mean 110?
Do you mean 10 million?
10 million.
Something? What? Yeah, we count it.
You maybe just count the pot?
Diplomatic.
就6个币了。
Suggestion there from Chidwick. Perhaps counting the pot would be apropos in this moment.
In a moment this big, I think just counting the pot makes the most sense.
偷了自己剩下4、5个币了。
Rather than trying to surmise.
我剩6个币，他就10个币。他妈的，结果我上家，结果他妈大小盲他把我赢了，我也没办法。他家。
I suppose 2 chip stacks are one way to do it.
So yes, the 10 changes some things, Ali. As we can see, it changes Linde's exact hand significantly, but how many king-jack combos is Stevie considering when facing this triple barrel versus just Linde going kind of gung-ho with some sort of ace blocker, trying to get him off of trip 6s? Again, the ace-queen looking like kind of a more compelling call down than something like 6, 7, 8, 9.
Man, but with the lack of a flush draw on the turn, you really have to reach a bit to kind of locate.
I bet the pot.
You bet the pot. What's it, 10, 450? Is that right?
What are the sensible bluffs?
Well, the bluffs are just going to be a hand like Linde had, you know, something like king, king, queen without the jack. So something like king, king, queen, 10 would be a really nice bluff, blocking some full houses, blocking the straights. And then just some random ace-x that really decided to go for it. Maybe some of the weakest ace-x that didn't think it had much showdown value. Not that the ace was super present in Stevie's range to begin with. Maybe the ace-x just thinks it has enough showdown value, but you could see some of those hands turn themselves into a bluff to try to target trip 6s.
Absolutely crucial moments here for Chidwick, who has barely more than what he's being asked for on the end. Is the genuine article beneath this 10.45? Chidwick decides yes, and he spares himself.
Pair one. Yeah.
Flashing a wince over there. You talked earlier, Alex, about how the two of them are good friends. So a lot of the meta of that spot, things beyond the naked eye to you and I here in the booth, perhaps factoring in.
Certainly. They've played, I'm sure, many hands against each other and discussed poker a lot. So both have some pretty strong idea of how the other one thinks about the game. And Stevie, after a lot of deliberation, perhaps just couldn't come up with enough bluff candidates. Like you were asking yourself, well, what are the bluffs here? And there are certainly a lot of very obviously identifiable value combos. Ends up letting it go, despite having a very tempting bluff catcher blocking some of those value combos.
Double suited king, jack, and ducks. Not enough to warrant participation for Gryko.
And now that look at the chip stacks, Ali. Just an absolutely huge chip lead for Dylan Linde with 38 million. In this sort of a situation, I'm going to be playing a very high raise strategy. You do see him elect to limp here. I'm a bit surprised with a hand that strong that he doesn't want to just raise into Chidwick and apply a lot of ICM pressure.
You know, if I'm Dylan, I'm actually going to be employing a grab a handful of chips, stand up from my chair, take 3 steps back from the rail, and then absolutely tomahawk slam all opens onto the felt.
Certainly.
Just for dramatic effect.
Showing your maturity as always?
Yes, of course, Alex. My forte. A7-3, Linde. Top pair in a gutter. No club in hand. Chidwick with the queens. Checked it back as another altercation brews.
And just as he can apply a little bit more pressure pre-flop, same thing goes for post-flop. Any sort of close spot where you're kind of in between check and bet, you can just go ahead and bet knowing that you're going to be raised at a lot lower of a frequency and you're going to generate some more immediate folds. Not going to see a ton of light floats.
Chidwick, by the way, as you pointed out, so astute when it comes to keeping a firm finger on the pulse of the dynamics. Now second in chips by a distant margin, but well aware of the presence of Ding Biao at 6 bigs and Gryko at 11 and those ladders.
Bit of a light peel from Chidwick. Perhaps just the queen of clubs being the tiebreaker there. With the ability to represent the flush on some runouts.
Linde has found top 2 with this card that unlocks an additional avenue to a straight. Queens really lacking a future here in the face of another barrel.
Big bet makes a lot of sense here for Linde, who's also going to have a lot of natural semi-bluffs on this turn card.
Once more, Dylan snacking on Chidwick. Well, if you want to watch the entire World Series of Poker main event, PokerGO is the only place to catch it all. From July 2nd through the 16th, don't miss a moment of the iconic WSOP main event right here on PokerGO. Head to PokerGO.com and use code WSOP25YT to get $20 off your first year of a new annual plan. Plus, all annual subscribers get entered to win a dream seat into the PGT $1 Million Championship.
Me too.
What are you waiting for?
Mm-hmm.
Take something particularly dusty to leave Linde bowing out. Chidwick absent Dylan has the opportunity to go to work on Gryko, who's not looking to pick a fight right about now. Ace, king, 10, 5, spades.
Yeah, just as it would be a nice spot for Linde to apply pressure in the previous hand, blind versus blind. Same thing goes here for Chidwick covering Gryko, with Ding being the shortest stack.
Well, Chidwick pinching the top of his nose there. Perhaps some of the stress starting to be felt, although nothing stressful about being the all-time money leader for England and number 2 for the world. You see Ben Heath trailing by tens of millions of dollars. A lot of catching up to do, although Ben also playing the high roller circuits. Catch heat at those echelons, and you can narrow the gap in a hurry. Have you tried these breathe right strips that Chance Corneth popularized at all,
I
Alex?
have not. I actually ordered some sort of nasal strips for when I sleep, but I haven't even opened the Amazon package yet, to be honest with you.
Wow. Okay, so it was the thought more than the
It was
actual
the thought.
employment
I'm
of it.
attempting to do the right things, but they don't always get delivered in timely fashion.
Unlike the Hawaiian barbecue, which has just made its way into the booth in a very timely manner.
Yes, much needed, as these stale crinkle fries have
those
led me
are
astray.
sad. They actually look like repurposed corrugated cardboard.
They may have been in there from last summer. It's unclear.
What is clear is that Chidwick's got an appetite on the button for blinds and ante. He does let it go. You want my mac salad? You a mac
Are
salad?
you not a mac salad guy?
Anything mayo related in the bin.
Sure, I'll take it.
There you go. Double dose for you, my friend. You want to try to hammer it now?
I might have a few bites if you can handle
Okay, open up the package.
If we get into a big confrontation,
Should we
I'll
ASMR the
rejoin you on the air.
the
No,
unboxing?
we will spare our
No, no,
viewers
no.
of the sounds
No,
of me.
you will spare our viewers.
Had a flush.
Oh, wafting.
Unhinged Ali has arrived.
Wow, look at that.
It only took until 9:30 local time.
We did have the option between grilled and fried, and I confess, Alex, you know, some of the image of health and nutrition that I have of you is you opted for fried.
Well, it's
has
an
been
off.
Shattered.
It's an off day from playing at the tables, so
Cheat day?
cheat day.
Okay.
Let's go with that.
All right, let's go with kings. If you're Chidwick, granted, no suits, but of use, nonetheless. Oh. The antidote. Direct left for Gryko, as he's got aces with suits and some wheelie cards.
A really good hand.
You know, I'm not going to hold that against you, Alex. I'm going to let you think about that.
I'll mull it over, Ali.
2.25 as Gryko didn't need to do much mulling. Just about half of his stack dedicated to this pot.
And as much as you don't love the Rainbow Kings, when Gryko pots off of just 9 big blinds, he's going to have so many other hands that you're in quite good shape against with Kings.
Well, Chidwick decides to give Gryko a spin. And unlike
Whoever
in
wins the
Hold'em,
poker.
Kings versus Aces here have quite a bit more equity, even with no suits. Clean queen and 8. Helpful. Although obviously His Royal Highness would be the most helpful development for Chidwick, as he would love to bring us to three-handed play. And cooler Gryko. He earned a lot of Richard's chips, but this one would be luck-based, not skill-based. Should he emerge victorious, which he will do, 27% of the time, 8-figure pot here.
But this is my first time too. It might be the last.
Moments for Gryko.
Important time.
Important time.
ace in the window, and well, the climb is going to be very uphill now. 2% as Chidwick needs to go running king or
seems unfair.
Back into Broadway. Prepay feels appropriate in such situations. Oh, well, hang on. Jack on the turn, and all of a sudden you see 5x the equity he had on the flop. Chidwick now hunts a 10, which would be disaster for Richard Gryko. Can he fade it? Yes. Well, on the downswing of this roller coaster ride is Stephen Chidwick once more as he and Gryko continue to trade blows here at this FT. An updated look at the landscape shows Chidwick behind Richard now in third. Both parties, along with Ding Biao, distantly behind Dylan Linde. The breakaway lion's share of the chips as you get a peek there, courtesy of PokerStars. I mean, you got to lay quite the price on Dylan Linde right about now. This much we know. But of course, stranger things have happened, and there is plenty of poker still left to be played, and perhaps a little bit more poker than was available to Richard moments ago. As he finds the double, we find Stephen Chidwick and the Octopi Poker team serving as home to not only the best all-in-one study platform for players of all levels, but also as the place that wants to give you a chance to play in the opening event of the 2025 Poker Masters. It could be your ticket to compete alongside some of the game's biggest stars in poker's most phenomenal arena. Enter for free now at PokerGo.com/WinMasters for your chance to win. A 7-6-5. Gryko bows out. More frustration for Ding Biao. Double suited ace 9-8-3 for Dylan. Assume he'll chatter. Well, take us upstairs as Alex takes his first mouthfuls of the chicken katsu. Initial reviews, Alex?
Pretty good, Ali.
Yeah.
I'll take a little break and join you here in the booth, and then maybe a few more mouthfuls will enter me at some point.
By the way, you didn't really waste time on that mac salad, did you?
Pretty good. Guess you're not a mayo guy, you said?
Absolutely disgusting is mayonnaise. I'll die on that hill. Ace Queen 10-7. There's Chidwick.
So Chidwick has a hand that he definitely wants to play. The question is, can he 3-bet and find much fold equity? And he does go for that option.
Well, you know, he anticipates that Lindy's going to do some leaning here, right? That stack is big enough, and the ICM also heavy enough to look for spots with hands that aren't necessarily outperforming Chidwick's holding.
Yeah, he feels like this 3-bet is just going to generate a fold some chunk of the time. There is a little bit of money back, and Lindy should be opening very wide. Lindy's hand is too good to fold. Call.
Well, he does dig in. All of a sudden, pre-flop almost 12 million in the middle. 2.2 effective remaining.
Right, and I think we have a graphics error there. Lindy announced call. The graphic is showing that he 4-bet to 6.65. So I believe the pot is just going to be 9.5 million.
All right. Our apologies.
But with so little behind, likely to get all in on most flops.
Yeah, I mean, it still is a disproportionate amount already dedicated by Chidwick relative to the chips that he will have left behind. So you could see a world in which any sort of connection here, and he's going to sail off. Hopefully for his sake, not into the sunset and away from this FT. King 4-4, 2 clubs.
Miserable flop for both players. Can Linde just check fold here for that extra 2.2 million? And is Chidwick just going to put it in? Chidwick does have backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draws, and some fold equity against just some unpaired holdings of Linde. I think it makes sense for Chidwick to put the rest in.
Here we go. One chip kept back and just nothing whatsoever for Linde. No diamond on board, no spade on board, a backdoor wheel.
Yeah, very uncomfortable spot. The ace is going to be good as an out some chunk of the time against some queens and jacks, that sort of thing. He doesn't know it. In this case, all he needs to do is make a pair of 3s, 8s, or 9s, but he can't be expecting those to be outs too often. Yes, the price is very good, but he really has nothing going for him.
Fuck, that's probably the one I got to fold on.
Yeah. It wasn't going to take much for Linde to remain interested, just given the proposition. But where are we looking to go with this piece of cheese? Through the numbers. But it's going to take quite a bit of optimism and imagination for this ace-9-8 tray. And you see Dylan reluctant.
Just one. All right.
But in the end, proper fold.
I didn't think there was going to be a 1, but
that was the one.
That was the one, man.
A huge sigh of relief for Chidwick there.
Sure.
Having just ace high and getting his opponent to fold.
Pretty bad one.
Can't really overlook the fact that when your man tanks, you're like, wait, am I really going to get this through?
Yeah. No more socks on the rail.
Oh,
Pleased to report.
Not sure whether or not we shamed him back into his shoes or if he's since made his way out of the rail.
I would have played that the same.
I know. I know.
我看2张就推了。all in 不认。
Did Biao just declare a blind all in here?
I believe he did, yeah.
He's about to take a trip through the blinds, which would be very costly. But if you're raising in the dark, you're kind of going about things blind, albeit you have the chance to pick up 2.5 bigs as opposed to have 2 of the bigs represented from your own stack. Chidwick with King Jack 9-7 and a couple of diamonds does decide to climb aboard. Gryko could do the same. 3 clubs, 10, some coordination.
Yeah, Gryko is certainly at least going to call here. He could also consider just pot raising, trying to get Chidwick to fold some sort of hands and just get heads up against Ding Biao, but he does elect to just call. His hand has good playability. Note that Ding was attempting to go all in blind, but still has a small amount of chips.
我不知道我那2张是啥牌。
Jack-6 tray rainbow.
我不知道那2张是啥牌。我就看了2张。
Still just the 10s for Gryko. Gut shot and ace high. Backdoor spades for Ding.
Chidwick just protecting his hand a little bit. I think, Ali, there's a tournament rule where if Chidwick had checked and Ding had gone all in for 100K, because it's not a full bet, I don't know if this is only a limit poker thing, but because it would be less than the min bet, I think that Chidwick now doesn't have the ability to raise that bet.
And you think that influences his choice to lead out?
Yeah, I think if Ding had a little more behind and Chidwick had a raising option or something like that, or just Ding could bet a little bit more, Chidwick may have checked. But
well, a pair of fives and an open-ender now for Ding Biao on the turn. The Jacks still leading now with a gut shot.
Small side pot brewing here, but probably not enough to make either player too interested.
Does go check with the 800 on the side. Jackson 9's top 2 for Chidwick, but look at this. Ding Biao has made a straight.
And he does not have his best poker face on, as he appears to be telling his rail that he has a big hand and smiling quite a bit.
Check 9.
I think.
Oh, well, Chidwick's going to haul in the side.
Or maybe he was still blind.
Oh.
What's that?
Ding. With an almost villainous chuckle there on the end.
我看了一张 A， 看张8推的吧，我是眯一张7。
The alligator blood is on full display.
Gryko not happy to see the short stack triple up there.
No, that's damaging
Nuts
for him. Here's our man. You know, given the day he's had, where the deck has really forced him into spectatorship for the most part, some of it is just prudence. But it's nice to see him with a rare moment of glee.
I only saved one card already. I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, the big game on tour is headed your way every Saturday. New episodes from late 2024 at the NAPT in Las Vegas are available on the PokerStars YouTube channel. Watch the loose cannon Jordan Hendrick taking on Jen Tilley, Sam Grafton, Andre Akari, Griffin Benger, and soccer star Gerard Piqué. It all happens on the PokerStars YouTube channel. That's the second season of the PokerStars Big Game.
Oh, we've gone up.
3-6.
Yeah, it's 3-6.
Dust for Dylan. 3 spades and some interactivity. Chidwick, he steps aside, however. 2 baby pair and hearts for Gryko.
I do have an affinity for these connected small to medium double paired hands, Ali.
You like showing up with the off cuts from the butcher shop?
You know, I think one of the biggest pots I ever won at the time was with the 3-3 deuce single suited all in 5 ways pre-flop.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, the
you just removed cards and thought everybody else is...
Well, it's just never going to be doing that badly.
My goodness, I bet there were some breathless people.
It's a fun one to show up with at Showdown, I'll tell you that.
For you.
Certainly, in this case.
Not so fun as the Jack-8 deuce board for 4s and 5s. Still the turn. Let's bring the 9 of diamonds. Ding Biao now, who's already in the lead with the 8, picking up the king high. Flush draw. Gut shot as well.
I think check back makes a lot of sense here again for Ding Biao.
Looks like he has agreed. Another jack on the end, filling in the club draw.
Gryko decides to turn this one into a bluff, thinking his fives are not going to win at showdown too often, and does have a club in his hand.
900K.
Biao has all options at play here. Certainly he can fold. He can bluff catch if he thinks that Gryko's getting out of line. He does block some of the strong stuff himself. Or he could even consider turning this into a bluff, but I think when it's checked down so far, the third option becomes a little bit less compelling.
Nice timing there from Richard Gryko as he does put the best hand into the muck. Well, it's been a swingy affair for not just Richard Gryko, who came in with a pretty healthy chip lead, but for Stephen Chidwick, and for that matter, Dylan Linde, who's very much on the upswing as we look at the tournament update brought to you by Splash Sports. Average bigs right now, 24 bigs, and for PLO four-handed for 2 million up top, this ain't all that deep, is it?
Well, I'll say it's actually even less than that. So the average, if you add all 4 stacks and divide them by 4, is 24 big blinds. But if you look at it, the effective stacks here, everyone is under 20 big blinds because Linde has so many of the chips in play with almost 60 blinds himself. So yeah, we're very shallow right now. He's about 18 big blinds deep with Chidwick and even less with the other two.
Jack 9-7 on the button as Gryko limps, not adding any depth.
Yeah, exactly the type of hand that really wants to limp, see a flop, can happily limp call a raise. Especially with Ding so short, he just doesn't want to put himself in jeopardy of facing that 3-bet from Linde.
Linde with nut diamonds, 3 of them. Does end up checking his option and finds the ace on a rainbow board.
Over
to Gryko. Happy to check back as Richard. 2.1 still in the middle now. Backdoor club draw takes shape. Linde is a gutter. 2-6.
If Linde bets here, it's mostly just a protection bet against clubs. But I think he'll check some decent portion of the time as well, and he does. Not a ton of incentive for Richard to build a pot here with very little interaction with the board. Jacks can still be ahead some portion of the time.
Gryko checks and brings us to a 6 of hearts river. Aces and 6s now for Linde.
Yeah, once this hand has been played so passively by both, and reasonably so, I think Linde should just go for a value bet here. Doesn't feel like a run out that Gryko's going to bluff super often.
10 seconds.
Linde.
1.6.
Hunting value, 1.6. Into 2-1.
Note that Richard hasn't instantly let go of this hand. Perhaps wondering what value bets Linde has that didn't want to pursue value on an earlier street. Ultimately, he doesn't have a great hand to call with. But he could beat some one pair bluffs, maybe something like a 6-5, 9-10.
Time extension.
He is giving it a chew here and a think. Something about this line not adding up. The 7 is very key.
Yeah, the 7 is key to an extent because it blocks 7-5, but really Linde is repping a lot wider than 7-5 for value here.
10 seconds.
repping a lot of hands like the one he has, a lot of aces up combos. Maybe even some weaker 2 pairs, some 8-6 could definitely go for value here. 6-4 even.
Gryko ultimately does decide to bin it. And Linde had the winner. Now he's got the pot. Well, today's coverage of the World Series of Poker is brought to you in part by Splash Sports and that whimsical whale. That looks like a whale that wouldn't beach itself. You know, just they've been doing it lately. I'm not sure. Something's going on. Maybe the plastics have finally corrupted the navigation systems.
Oh no.
You know, on our marine mammalian friends. It is kind of, what is it, kamikaze whales? What are they doing? It's like, anyway.
I'm not up to date on the whale beachings as we look at Ding Biao with a premium hand here.
Yeah, we're up to date on his button open to 2.1. Understandable, his dedication to the holding. Diamonds are smothered here by Linde.
10 seconds.
Ace Queen 9-7. He's got plenty of chips to maybe grab the sheriff's badge.
Pot.
Yeah, there it is. 1 syllable, 3 letters. And the rest of Ding Biao's chips have been summoned. Wow, Chidwick double-suited ace, king, queen, deuce. Alex.
This is very interesting because if Chidwick were to say, yeah, and Chidwick does just let it go. If he were to go all in, then Ding Biao can actually fold and try to ladder up.
I was just thinking the same thing, but look how classy Chidwick kept it. Never a second thought. He decides absolutely this big ladder is way more on my mind than accumulating some chips and taking a risk unnecessarily. That is a professional step aside from Chidwick, and he will be happy to allow Dylan Linde to do the heavy lifting potentially and finally get rid of Ding Biao. He has been resilient, already having doubled on multiple occasions. Is he going to be able to do it again? Queen 10-6, he finds bottom set, but just take a look here. Gut shot straight draw for Linde. Is a dirty snowman?
Running full house possibilities as well for Linde.
Yeah. Can't overlook it. Now queens and nines.
No.
Yeah, you hear Ding Biao recognizing the additional outs. 8 of them in total. 7 in actuality with the queen of diamonds busy. The deck has lacked mercy on the day, and yet again, it does so. An 8 on the end for the 10 high straight.
Unlucky.
All happy.
No, unhappy. Unlucky.
Ding Biao's first words. All happy? Well, yeah.
Hey.
I would say they are all happy. Ding is, even though you have yet.
Did he perhaps not realize, Ali, that he lost the pot?
Good game.
You know, it's right there on the board behind you. Ding Biao. Step up to the payout desk and collect your $713,000, but fight on no further. As perhaps a rare signal cross there for Ding Biao. Maybe he was just kind of taking in the moment, savoring, relishing, absorbing his demise.
Yeah.
Savoring, not the right way to describe it.
Seemed like he was focused on the 2 pair outs and just kind of forgot about the straight outs.
Yeah, and look at Dylan Linde. The sun has shone down on him in a healthy way. I'm surprised that the scalp isn't lobster red, just based on the amount of UVs that the deck has dedicated to that seat. Is that Elio Fox back there?
I believe it is.
Yeah.
Pot.
2.1.
Well, guess who's got a chainsaw? It's that man there with the Jack 7-5-4, and he is ready to run amok with it.
Yeah, $1 million now guaranteed for the third place finisher, $2.15 million for first and 1.4 for second. Dylan Linde with such a powerful chip lead can really apply a lot of pressure here, Ali.
By the way, let's not sleep on that classy muck there from Chidwick that he didn't make a meal of whatsoever. Right? You can get some delusions of grandeur there. You're like, oh man, you know, I'm performing pretty well with this double suited ace king. I can maybe pick up some real chips.
Yeah, I think he landed on the right decision, but the fact that he did it so quickly, Ali, just showing his expertise, just, you know what, I'm not even gonna get tempted by this hand.
Yep. That's like deleting the message from the aforementioned Toxic X without even reading it.
That's a power move.
That is a straight up, that's when you're master of your own domain.
I think you're right.
I mean, and also because it leaves it unread, you know what I mean? And that, of course, you can live rent-free.
You're not speaking from experience
in the
here,
center
are you,
set.
Ali?
Who, me?
You, Toxic X. I can't see those things
Come
going
on.
hand in hand.
You kidding me? I'm like a resume of nuclear waste. Just
You've been with your current girlfriend for a couple years, did you
the
mention?
best girlfriend I've ever had, by the way.
I love to hear it.
Love her very much. Amazing. Totally chill. Low maintenance. You know, age appropriate also, I feel compelled to say.
Has that been an issue in the past?
It hasn't at all, but you know, I remember one time I was out in Orange County on Valentine's Day on a date, and I looked around and I was midway through the sentence, which I started on, which was how cute all of these dads are out with their dog, and then two of them kissed, and I realized, oh, okay. The range
Right.
is a little bit wider down here.
We see Gryko here with a relatively weak hand, but just taking advantage of those ace and king blockers.
And by the way, he's now relieved a little bit of kind of what had been encumbering his procedures in the presence of that Ding Biao pesky shorter stack. He's gotten himself into the 7-figure but a real pay ladder of 430,000 between third and second. Something to be mindful of as Chidwick flats here. Cannibalism down beneath Linde on the leaderboard here potentially. Ace 10-6 out flopping is Gryko here. Note the gut shot.
Very understandable for Chidwick to peel this hand in the big blind. Not the flop he's looking for, and with the SPR less than one here, Gryko does just move in, which should generate a fairly quick fold from Chidwick, despite the nut gutter.
Keeping it tidy with the check fold. I really enjoy the opportunities to observe when players as talented and capable in the complex situations elect to prevent themselves from getting into the muddy waters, right? Even for people like them that are strong swimmers. They look and they're like, nah, I'm good, you know? Somebody should run a gavel out there to Dylan Linde and allow him to just bop everyone. Maybe one of the inflatable ones, not an actual wooden.
Kind of doing that here with this open ollie. Jack 9-7-4 single suited. I don't think his cards matter too much at this point.
Deal this man 4 Kleenex and watch him pot it.
And it's a fun spot to be in, just similar to the spot you have if you're
At the World Series of Poker, it's not just a game, it's war. cheer up at the PokerGO shop. Look sharp, play sharper. On site at the WSOP and online at shop.pokergo.com.
You were saying, Alex?
To be honest, I'm not exactly sure what I was saying, Ali.
I love the dedication, the panic with which Alex orphaned.
I knew a promo was coming, and you know.
That was a man that was like, stop everything. We're not going to clip that PokerGO shop promo as Chidwick clips 2.1 million off his stack. Double suited Jack 10 8-6. Gryko with a lot of interference, stepping aside. Linde considering patronage, but doing nothing more than that. Those are big pickups there for Stevie, as the jockeying effort between he and Gryko is a very real one, with advantage Richard by about $1 million. Well, let's reflect on this 50K, shall we? Back to 2021, when guess who? Jeremy Osmus, one of the boys of summer, picked it up. 85 entries only that year. Robert Cowan of England, 2022 champ, $5 million. Jesse Lonis picked up the real haul when we had 200 entries in 2023. That was the COVID revenge 50K, $9.5 million. And then Daniel Perkasic of Germany, the most recent reigning champ.
And what a massive jump there, Ali, between 2022 and 2023. 106 entries all the way up to 200 the next year. Very rare you see any event increase by that sort of a percentage.
Almost a factor of 2. As Gryko factoring the ace, king, queen, deuce, and the button into a 2.1 million chip open. Onwards. A lot of hand flair on Richard. And, you know, slightly incongruent with the otherwise sort of simple, you know, wow, a lot of scalp movement. But, you know, that wasn't my read.
Wouldn't have been mine either, but you're right. There's a lot going on there between the rings and the bracelets.
Did you see the movie 300?
I did not.
Xerxes, you know, kind of, anyway, you'd have to see it. I mean, he doesn't have the nostril to earring, you know, Janet Jackson-esque kind of, but, you know, he's a little bit more measured. Linde measuring out a raise. Take it, sir.
Linde with a real hand there. Not that he needs one to open in this situation.
Well, Dylan Linde wouldn't be faulted for having his mind on this figure. 2.146 million, which comes with that bracelet. Minimum of 1 million guaranteed to all 3 players as you look at the remaining payouts. The only 7-figure ones of these final 9. You see the dearly departed, numbering 5 thus far since the onset of our coverage. 100K was the min cash. But he's not going to get out in front of his skis, Dylan. You know, he clearly is salivating, recognizing the likelihood that he'll be able to pull this one off, just given the chip distribution right now. But Gryko and Chidwick are going to fight, and they're going to have something to say about it. Chidwick speaking up here from the button, understandably. Gryko bows out. Linde ace, queen 10 deuce, rainbow.
All in.
Wow. The spin is on. Dylan electing to take the offsuit combo as the all-in here, Alex.
A little surprised to see him just stick this one in, but understandable. You know, he thinks that Chidwick will be potting quite wide off the button and only had 9.5 big blinds. Equities do run close. We can see here Linde, despite the ace-queen high being behind the ace-king high with a suit, still has 45%.
12.3 million in the middle. Advantage Chidwick ever so slightly. King, Queen, 9. He's got himself 2 pair. 3-1 favorite. Note the gutter. Linde took out Ding Biao with something similar. 7 on the turn is cozy as Chidwick's advantage grows to 85-15. Is there more filth on tap in this stub? No. I confess I'm so used to carnage on the river that I just pause, you know, verify. But no, Chidwick.
Big double up there from Chidwick. Pulling ahead of Richard Gryko into second place. And I think a little bit of a loose shove there from Dylan without a suit.
Haste, Alex?
Certainly not far off the threshold.
Well, crossing over from the short stack to the mid stack threshold is Chidwick. As Gryko falls back here as the 2 thoroughbreds jockeying to see who will place and who will show. 430K, the separation between 3rd and 2nd place prize money. Chip count payouts brought to you by PokerStars.
Oh.
2.1.
Gryko getting busy here. Does feel like somewhat of a game of roulette has broken out.
10 seconds.
Double suited Jack 9-6-6.
Very tempting peel here from Chidwick.
Does he want to take his fate into his own hands here potentially and do the heavy lifting himself? The call suggests he's interested in such things. Both parties sharing a Jack and a 6. Queen 7-5, rainbow board.
Neither one likes this flop very much. Just a question of, do either of them feel like they have enough of a hand to try to get the other one off of a low equity hand?
Well, immediate gutter for Chidwick with that 6-9 working.
Gryko can pot a lot of his value hands on this flop, and he may just decide that he wants to use this one as well.
Pot.
Wow, and he doesn't waste any time doing it.
And just not enough equity for Chidwick there to continue.
Gryko showing fight. Alex. This
Making
man,
a lot of strong moves indeed.
Yeah, he ain't punting. Well, Play Poker Go is where the action never stops. Jump into free online poker with real competition and zero risk. Grind the ring games, run deep in tournaments, and spin the wheel of gain. In the brand new No Gamble, No Future Sit and Goes. No deposits, no bots, no gimmicks. Just pure, authentic poker. Play now at playpokergo.com. Available on web, iOS, and Android. But as myself and Jesse Sylvia established during my last foray into the booth, not available on BlackBerry.
Okay. Not a device that I've ever owned, Ali. Not one that you see around too often these days.
You about 11?
Alex, I'm a little bit afraid to ask
10.6,
this, but
including the big blind.
how long ago did you procure your first cellular device?
7.5.
I think it was sometime in high school, so it would have been 2003 probably. My first.
Okay, so like 17, somewhere around there?
Yeah, I would have been 16.
What was it?
Some type of flip phone, certainly.
Okay.
Hot.
Maybe the Razor was one of the first ones I had.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe the second
Oh,
one.
wow, you did it right.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, flipping 2.1 million into the middle is Linde with ace 10 6. Now, Queen Jack 9 is a good bit of kit here for Gryko. I don't know that he's looking to rip, but
yeah,
defer.
It's a little bit close because and he does rip.
Wow, talk to us.
Well, he thinks that he has some fold equity because of how wide that Linde should be opening the button.
6.6 million.
He's just run into it, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, he has.
All in.
And something smells on the bottom of Richard Gryko's shoe, and it's the aces that he stepped in. The unpleasant odor of this 22.1 million pressed into his treads, 35% equity. Can he scrape his way out?
And if he cannot, heads up between the two good friends.
Wow. A wrap on the 10-8 deuce board. There's some wriggle room.
Gryko pulls to an equity favorite without improving to the current best hand.
Board pairing 8 is disappointing. No spades to speak of, and you see the cards required for Richard Gryko to get off his feet and back into his seat with 22.1 million in front of him. And the queen will do it. Jacob and Nina working together. Oh, and some high fives there from Pinky.
Verification.
I assume that makes the gentleman with the crossed arms the brain.
We're seeing a lot of these verifications here, Ali. Important stage in the tournament. Dealers not wanting to mess up the count. Perhaps this is something that WSOP has instituted in these high buy-in situations.
You know, I confess I heard a couple of stories about situations in which, you know, pots were not necessarily properly tabulated and awarded on occasion with some payout
It does make
ladder
sense
implications.
to be very careful when the stakes are this high.
I don't think anybody is going to push back on it. And sure, it can feel a little bit inconvenient. You know, you're like, come on. But just nothing wrong with dotting our I's and crossing our T's.
And all of a sudden, Richard Gryko back in the ball game, sneaking up on Dylan Linde in the chip counts with Chidwick the clear shortest, with 15 bigs.
5 million separating Gryko and Linde. This is a very improbable landscape I'm looking out at right now, top of the screen. I don't think we predicted something such as this. Gryko was one card away from leaving Chidwick to do battle heads up.
Hey, we need security in the stands. You've got two?
Yes.
Two cards?
Yeah, 2.
Yeah. I think I lied to you last time, by the way. I have more, I have like 9.
Okay, thank you.
We're not experiencing an earthquake by chance, are we?
Not to my knowledge, Ali. Why do you ask?
Just the vertical oscillations of the camera there. You know, I don't know if camera 6 maybe needs a bathroom break.
Maybe the operator's had a few too many swigs of his flask.
Do we have an imbibing camera op out there that you know of, Alex?
Well,
don't narc on the man. These are long days. You know, I'm not going to stand in the way. Ace 9-8 here. Couple of clubs. Gryko and Linde intertwined. See the open ender. For Gryko, look at Linde.
Straight flush draw, over pair.
Well, under to the ace, but yeah.
Yeah, true. Over pair is a bit of a stretch.
Knuckle back and a second 8 and second heart. Coming off the stub here. Pot staying static at 1.8.
Check.
Not a lot of incentive for Linde to bet here.
Does it feel to you like straightforward as the order of the day as we see Dylan actually doing a little bit of betting, just given the mutual interests of Gryko and Linde.
Yeah, I mean, he can get some protection against hearts here or some other straight draws. Does get the fold right away.
Yeah. Shutting Gryko there
Lines, please.
with what was the best hand. Well, it's been scrappy out there. And if the tanks are running dry, what better way to replenish them than with Oats Overnight, who brings you this coverage in part today. Winning is easier with 20 grams of protein. Please shake responsibly. And I confess as many times as I have read that, as I have not yet indulged in Oats Overnight.
I'm going to give it a try at some
I'm not,
point.
but the shaking, though, is the part that I'm not clear.
Do you not like shakes?
Oh, so it's an oat shake?
My understanding is it's a bit of a hybrid that more closely resembles a shake than a meal.
Huh.
Like a healthy shake. I like Brian Tate a lot. I've played with him,
like him
over a few tournaments over the last few years. He's a very pleasant guy.
Hell of a poker player.
Good card player, very good at the draw games. So I figure, you know, I'll give his product a try.
Yeah, not that that has anything to do with shake aptitude. You know, these aren't sort of intercepts on a Venn diagram.
No.
Like Guy plays a great game of mix. He must have a mean acai bowl.
By no means, but typically when you like somebody, you're willing to at least patronize their business once or twice.
Is that a...
Did I use the word patronize correctly there? Can it be used in that context, Ali?
Is that a euphemism by chance? Sometimes if it's good enough, you might go back for thirds, Alex.
Well, not where I was heading, but on your 38th hour of being awake, I'm not surprised your mind has drifted that direction.
By the way, on my second hour of being awake, my mind is right there. So don't suggest that the lack of REM cycles is to blame there. Thankfully, that pot wasn't eventful, as I definitely didn't pay any attention to it.
Gryko had a nice stab on the flop with a very thoughtful combo. He seems to be picking up a little confidence after winning that big all-in.
A nice stab, you say?
A nice stab.
Like a file-down toothbrush in the pen?
Something like that.
A little shiv? Got to go in between the ribs with it, by the way, Alex. That's how you get the punctured lung. Not that I've been locked up and, you know. Anyway.
Speaking from inexperience.
I watched Oz on HBO, you know, eons ago, dating myself there, but excellent prison drama. It got a little weird toward the end with gratuitous amount of male nudity that, anyway.
Raised to 1.5 million.
They were trying to push the envelope. As we see Linde pushing forward 1.5. Fully clothed with the Jack 9-7-6 double.
Very nice looking hand here for Linde. Jack 9-7-6 double suited. Chip lead button. What more do you need?
Take it down, sir. A bit of a waltz here for Linde and Gryko,
Lines, please.
as they're not looking to get in one another's way. They're very much looking over saying, hey, you want to book this trip to Heads Up? Let's tread lightly.
Cognizant of that big pay jump if they can get rid of Stephen Chidwick. But at the same time, if they do play a huge pot, whoever wins that pot is going to have an overwhelming chip lead and be in just total command of the tournament. So I think willing to play that pot if needed.
I mean, would that not be regarded by the critics as an ICM suicide of sorts if whomever it is that holds the chip lead with those deep stacks in the presence of Chidwick at 11 big blinds were to work their way out of the room in third?
Yeah, I mean, you could argue it that way. You can also look at it as them just having such a higher chance of winning the tournament outright if they are to win that pot.
Well, only time will tell. As we want to tell you about True Classic and PokerGo's giveaway. 15 winners are going to get a shot at a $5,000 package to compete inside the PokerGo studio in a signature event at the end of the year. Just tell us your favorite poker story at trueclassictees.com/tcpokergo for your chance to win. That's trueclassictees.com/tcpokergo. Submit now and take your shot. Now, I confess, in these sorts of subjective sweepstakes competitions, you know, I mean, are there some published metrics as to what's going to qualify? You know?
Good question, Ali. I really don't know who the judges are or how
Nor do
those stories will be chosen.
This sort of obfuscation is rife with controversy. Not that I'm looking to stir the pot. You know what? I am stirring
You
the
are
pot.
looking to stir the pot.
I am stirring
which
the
is
pot. I am shaking the oats.
Not something you're afraid to do.
No. Jack 9-6.
A little bit of something for both players here. Top 2 for Linde, open-ender for Chidwick.
Limped pre. BVB. Linde knuckling over. Dampness of this texture lending to his decision. You know, sometimes I think early on in our Pot-Limit Omaha careers, we can be misguided into thinking that betting in order to always try to deny equity with these top 2 pairs, which are quite vulnerable on boards such as this. Granted, again, blind versus blind situation is the path to travel.
Right.
But when you encounter inflation or further resistance, as we see the turn providing the spade draw to both parties now.
Yeah, I think a lot of the thing you want to think about in these situations in PLO is the stack to pot ratio. Here with the stack to pot ratio of just over 3, I think Linde had kind of a nice hand to go for the check raise all in.
Right.
If facing a bet. So I think that's the avenue he's taking. And now he's got a bit of an under-repped hand when it does go check, check.
Check.
Now he's sort of switching from wanting to check raise all in to likely just wanting to check call here.
Yeah, I mean, things have straightened out.
Does Chidwick want to turn his hand into a semi-bluff, or does he want to just check and realize his equity? Both options have some merit.
Well, a bet here does set himself up to be able to barrel again on the river unimproved, though.
I think I have a slight preference for bet, just given how much interaction he has, but checking is totally reasonable too, allowing himself to realize his equity.
And instead, what he's done is check back and allow Linde to make 9s full of jacks, although unclear whether or not Linde had fold on his mind, given the sheer strength of his holding, which now has this one by the throat. Nothing more than 10s and 9s with a queen kicker here for Chidwick. And Dylan's going to do his own bidding. 1.5.
600,000.
Oh, I like
600, forgive me.
I like this a lot from Linde, kind of representing thin value and looking to induce a bluff raise from a very capable Stephen Chidwick. I think this is a cool play in a spot where Chidwick is somewhat unlikely to have very strong hands. You would have heard from a lot of straights on the turn. And he does just get the light call also from the queen 10. So it's kind of a nice dual purpose play. You can get called a little bit lighter and you can also potentially induce some bluff raises.
Boy, I gotta tell you, Alex, that is the kind of decision making on the end there that is the first exchange that feels to me like it might have been predicated upon some intimacy. You know, like maybe the hand in and of itself in a vacuum warrants that. But it's a decision that he makes knowing his opponent maybe more so than the average person.
Certainly, he might have gone bigger against somebody who's a little bit more just your classic loose passive player where he thinks he's going to get paid off a lot but not face those bluff raises that he might face from Chidwick.
10 seconds.
2 pairs, 2 diamonds.
Calls.
Let's see, 3 is the ask from Linde. Price ripens for Chidwick. He'll flick in the call. Now Gryko, Badoogie jacks. We'll check back. A rare 3-way affair. 2.4 in the middle. 8-6 deuce. Middle set for Linde. Top pair and a gut shot here for Chidwick. Backdoor spades. He will knuckle. Still working jacks is Gryko. 6 dangler.
And is this just too much hand for Chidwick to get away from with a stack to pot ratio under 2 for himself here, I wonder?
Well, maybe we're going to find out in short order as Linde, with plenty of reasons to put something out there.
Yeah, and Chidwick's going to feel like he has some amount of fold equity in addition to just having pretty good equity against most hands. Can't be putting Linde on a set.
That's 700,000.
In fact, when Linde bets this small, it makes me even more likely to just want to go for a pot size raise as Chidwick, just knowing that my opponent might be just going for one of those small stabs and have a few more bet folds.
As you mentioned, this $4.5 million may convince itself that it has some fold equity as well as some raw equity.
However, he does just take the more passive route and call. Also very reasonable. Ugly spot for Gryko here. Tempting to peel given the price, but quite likely you're dominated kind of both directions. He doesn't really have any immediate draws. He's got some mediocre running straight draws.
Wow.
Interesting. He
What's
goes for
this?
a bluff raise here, thinking that he has enough equity to get it in against Chidwick's calling range, but can put pressure on some of Linde's hands.
This is a very funky choice from Gryko, and one that he didn't need to make. I mean, you might think he would be content to simply step aside, avoid crossfire, and yet he's seizing initiative here.
It's a bit surprising to me, especially with a lack of barrel ability. He doesn't have a lot of runouts in which, if Linde does call, he can continue this play. Just the naked. Now, on the other hand, you do want to select some of your bluffs from hands that feel like they're just not quite strong enough to call, but have some interaction with the board. Gryko does meet some of those criteria.
Call.
Now, what an interesting spot for Chidwick. This pot is ballooning, and Chidwick may feel that by folding now, and he does, Ali, he allows the other two to potentially play a large pot and ladder up. So even though he has top pair and a gutter, he gets away.
And you might have thought he would have been lured into that one just based on the tantalizing math of it all. But considering also that Gryko's willingness to take that line should be affixed to something that would leave Chidwick in kind of a less desirable spot with his specific holding.
And we do see Gryko just shut it down. I thought there was a chance he would feel compelled to continue some sort of story on this 3 of diamonds where he does have that 5 blocker once he's taken this line, but now electing a little bit more of a cautious route.
Well, he's got the gut shot and the overpair. However, he's got the sense that Linde's continued participation is an issue for him. You see Linde picking up the gut shot straight flush draw.
And I think if you're Dylan Linde, you of course don't know that Gryko had just this kind of airball bluff. You might be figuring he's got some 10-9-7 combos and your hand really wants to get protection. In the off chance that you are coolered and beat by something like a set of 8s, you still have some equity in the form of the flush and straight draws. So very tempting for Linde to put out some sort of value bet here.
10 seconds. Time extension.
6 million.
I bet it's now 6 million.
A third of Gryko's remaining 18 million and 60% of what's in the kitty. That's the figure dialed up by Dylan. Now Gryko unblocking the 10-9, 10-7, 7-4 type of stuff, you know, just as I reach ambitiously for maybe what would leave the jacks thinking perhaps hope is available.
Oh, he's got a look on his face like he doesn't want to fold immediately, but he really is close to the bottom of his range here in a spot with some ICM implications.
And by the way, he can fight on with 18 million, which is well clear of Chidwick's 5-1. If he just steps away from this one.
Time extension.
All in.
What?
All in.
All in.
And he moves in.
Gryko going all in here. Look at Linde. He's got 2 4s in his hand. He's got the diamond backdoor. I mean, we block the nuts. We have a redraw. Where are we going?
How much is it?
Yeah, Dylan just has too much hand here, and this is what a move from Richard Gryko.
16, right?
understandably targeting some floats perhaps, but he just doesn't have much equity against anything that's going to call. This is a bit of a wild move, using his 5 blocker and his 6, but he's really run into it, Ollie.
He sure has. And note, by the way, the prosperity of Chidwick's decision-making here is all of a sudden he has allowed Gryko to venture into the wilderness.
Yeah, Chidwick had a hand. He could have potentially just pot raised on the flop, and by just calling, he allowed Gryko to really make a very ambitious play at the pot.
I mean, listen, far be it from us to lay any criticisms on a man as seasoned and in control as Richard Gryko, but the imagery on our screen is not that which we anticipated by any measure when this one took shape.
No, I didn't look at Gryko's hand on the flop and say, yeah, he's going to get all in here.
Final table.
A board pairing 3 on the end, and the manner in which Richard Gryko gets out of that seat, Alex, suggests that 98.6 isn't going to be the reading on any thermometers placed near him.
Yeah, even?
Yeah.
Do you need extra? I mean, you have two PLO bracelets, so like.
Well,
no, that was a wild hand.
Guys,
$1 million payout to Gryko, which you see there, brought to you by PokerStars, as heads up is upon us, and avantage Dylan Linde. And it ain't close. Just look at that disparity as he will take a massive chip lead into heads up against Stephen Chidwick. We're going to step aside and rack it up, and we'll be back with the conclusion of the 50K after this.
I'm not afraid to do what I have to do.
You know, my problem is I just don't believe you.
Let's see what this footballer is made out of.
I'm an aggressive player. Stop showing off, mate.
Are you kidding me?
Anything can happen in a big game on tour.
Suited Drugel as we look at the 10-10-9-8 single here from Lau into Ding's stack. Certainly want to play this one considering potting it, and he does, I believe.
900.
900,000.
Well, he knows that Ding is desperately looking for one that he can get it in with. Double suited, King 9-7-6, not a Drugel.
No, this is a strong hand, but one that I would just call. You're not going to have any fold equity on a shove here with Ding stack, so you can still get away on the worst flops. You've got position, and he does agree with me, it looks like. Oh, he was just adjusting his blind.
Maybe, yeah.
900.
Okay, so the flat announced.
Kind of announced it in an unusual way, repeating the bet size.
Yeah.
Drew a raise of the eyebrow from left.
Looking over in the process. Some interference here. 7-4 deuce and a couple of clubs. That is one of the suits that Ding has. And with top pair and a flush draw.
And a nice flop here for
Esto es un call
Ding
imposible.
Biao.
Pareja de dieces.
It's like 3-2 roughly.
Hombre, él tiene pareja flat draw y todas las...
His advantage.
¿Eh? No. Muy poco también.
Wow. Working the 10s real hard right now. In front, but just look what he has to fade. The top of the board. A 6 for 2 pair.
Lau picking up the wrap as a redraw.
Heart's a non-factor. And now it is Ding Biao's turn to fade. In his seat, hoping to haul in this 4.4, and he does just that. Runner boat. Well, we got here in an awkward hurry as it's heads up under the cover of darkness in the 50K Pot-Limit Omaha, which rated to involve Richard Gryko, but then other ideas were employed, leaving yours truly, Ali Najad and Alex Livingston here in the booth, and Natalie Bodie out there waiting to coronate either Dylan Linde or Stephen Chidwick as the champion here. Both of them have secured $1.4 million in pay money. 2.1 million, a disparity of over 700,000 between the two. 41 and 30, Stephen Chidwick's heads-up record. He's been down these streets on plenty of occasions. As you get a look at the particulars, brought to you by Octopi Poker. Who will hoist the bracelet? Will it be number 3 for Dylan Linde or number 3 for Stephen Chidwick? Two good friends with plenty of knowledge of one another's games. And one of the deceptive things about those heads-up records, Alex, is you never know whether or not somebody was tasked with something like this when an L gets hung on them.
And Chidwick, I'm not sure if he's more just in glee or in shock right now by what just happened. Not expecting to get heads up in that hand with how deep the other two were and with the holding that he saw. But what a great spot for Stephen Chidwick now, who's just laddered up $4 million or $400,000 and now playing heads up for a bracelet.
Yeah, number 3 of their careers, if they manage to win this one. How about 3 already snatched up by that man, Benny Glaser?
Yeah, what an absolute crazy run he's been on. Looking very good for Player of the Year as he takes the rail here.
2025 looking very good on him as Jesse Sylvia perhaps trying to mine him for a little intel, going, what's your secret, my man?
Perhaps.
Meanwhile, Linde mining ace king 10 deuce. Chidwick says, let's spin. 9885 with diamonds. A stone flip.
I'm going middle. You're going high and low?
Yep. I'll take 3/4.
It'd be tough with these two hands.
It would be. I think impossible.
Looks impossible, yeah.
Yeah, I think impossible.
Well, it didn't take long for these two to play for it all. 6.4 million, an actual 50-50. Will Chidwick find the double? Keep this fight going, or will Linde complete the one-man wrecking ball? Ace queen deuce certainly looks like the latter more so than the former. No diamond on board.
I've seen you come back from worse.
Nothing beyond an 8. That's all that will keep Chidwick intact. Facts remain. On the turn. Is it Dylan Linde's day in the sun? Only the stub knows. And yes, deuces full of aces for good measure as the two friends embrace.
Hey, if someone had to come back, it would have been okay if it was you.
And Linde.
I would have felt kind of bad.
$2.1 million richer.
Thanks. Thanks.
Along with bracelet number 3. Chidwick denied his third, but 1.43 million.
There you go.
And
thank you.
Plenty of him to be proud of. Big hugs from Benny Glaser as well. Awfully proud of his man.
Good to see you.
There's Sylvia looking for a loan.
Coming into the day pretty short, Ali. What a performance.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm kidding. He's not looking for a loan. He just wants a grant. I'm kidding. No laughing matter, though. That which we observed here, which was Dylan Linde doing it and doing it well here in the 50K. I think the one that's going to raise eyebrows, of course, Alex, will be that pot that brought us to heads up and what compelled Richard Gryko to make the choices that he made that so improbably allowed Stephen Chidwick to take a swing heads up, but it was a short-lived one as he would bow out in second, and Dylan Linde would take a bow as he is standing by with our Natalie Bodie to share his thoughts here on bracelet number 3 and $2 million in prize money.
Well, Dylan, congratulations. I mean, this final table, this event filled with elite, established pros. Does this one carry any extra meaning because of that?
This one carries a lot of extra meaning because of that. It was a very difficult tournament. Obviously, I had to be pretty lucky to win. And then getting heads up with one of my best friends in the world, yeah, I couldn't imagine it going any better.
Take me through that. Because of that friendship dynamic, does it make it a little bit easier, a little bit more difficult?
Kind of makes it, well, somewhat more difficult because he knows how I play very well and he's better than I am at poker. But also easy because if he wins, then I'm happy too.
Well said. Well, tell me this. Last question for you. What makes World Series of Poker bracelet number 3 most gratifying for you?
It was just kind of the dream I chased from the beginning of poker. So I think getting one in a big event like this means a lot in a high roller. I had been kind of struggling in World Series high roller specifically with success in other tours. So it feels nice to book a win here in this.
Breakthrough summer you've had. Congratulations. And with that, it is my honor to present you your 3rd World Series of Poker bracelet. Hold it up to that camera. Once again, congratulations.
Congratulations indeed, as Dylan Linde beaming and brimming with both pride and payout. Well, Alex, final thoughts?
I like this one.
It was a fun day of cards, Ali, and what a performance from Linde, coming in short stacked and finding his way to the gold bracelet there, taking down his close friend Stephen Chidwick in a short-lived heads-up battle.
And I'm sure you're glad it was short-lived because you've still got time to get out there and late reg an event yourself. Best wishes to you, my friend. Certainly hope everybody out there enjoyed this 50K PLO final table as much as we did. As always, on behalf of our entire crew here in Las Vegas and my partner Alex Livingston, this is Ali Najad saying so long, and we'll see you next time from the WSOP